right, so the court's indicated it will be ruling in the future on defense motion number 112. One of the things I want counsel to try to do is work out a time where you can work with each other on it, not in a hearing, not on the record, of course, but to work out the technology necessary. And then counsel for the defense indicated you'll be getting with your investigator to give him more information about the prospective witnesses' work and how this would impact his work situation. With that, we are going to adjourn until 9:30.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Maybe she has it though. She may have it.
defendant is present in the courtroom. Mr. Parker and Mr. Nash as attorneys. The state is represented by Mr. Junk, Ms. Canepa, and Mr. Wilson. And Special Agent Scheider is also present in the courtroom. This is another day of trial in State of Ohio versus George Washington Wagner IV, case number 2018 CR 155. Now, counsel wish to put something on the record before we had the jury brought in. Is that correct?
Yes, thank you, Judge. Good morning. Judge, over the break we just had, the state presented us with what appears to be a PowerPoint presentation that I guess they intend to present through a witness. And just to alert the court to some potential issues here. I don't know exactly how this is going to be presented. Looking this over, see some issues I think the court should be aware of. One, as you remember from the testimony last week, at the Montana border, the authorities placed listening devices into the vehicle that was driven by blackers. And the quality of those recordings is very poor, to say the least. I don't know if some of those are going to be presented today or not. There were also, if they are, there's a real reliability issue with respect to the quality of those recordings. We'll be objecting to those if you play them. Secondly, there are various telephones that were tapped, basically, by the authorities. And those recordings are much better. They're more clear. We don't dispute that. They're of a higher quality than bugs in the car. Nonetheless, with respect to this PowerPoint, it appears some of these PowerPoint slides have a summary or have what they call call information or context, and then one or two sentences concerning that item, that call, or that conversation. You know, the best evidence of what was said is the recordings themselves. The state has provided some so-called transcripts of certain excerpts. I don't know if they intend to use those transcripts or not. I don't know who prepared those transcripts. We have noticed that in some of the transcripts, there are errors as to who is talking. I have one in mind where George and Jake are talking back and forth, and we've got who's saying what backwards. And, you know, they're talking quickly, talking over each other. I understand how that mistake can happen. But obviously, whatever is on the recordings, the contents of the audio has to be decided by the jury, not by whoever wrote up the transcript. That's not accurate. And the context and the call information as well is to be determined by the jury. So I don't know what they're going to play or what they're not going to play. I know we're going to be getting into this subject today, but we see as an issue the reliability of some of the recordings we've been provided, especially those. And we are also concerned about the transcripts that may or may not be provided or used as listening aids perhaps, but certainly those transcripts should not go to the jury as evidence. The audio recordings if the court deems it admissible. But we want to bring these issues to the court's attention because I can foresee this being an issue. And just to make clear, we're not stipulating to the accuracy of any transcripts that we've been provided.
All right. On behalf of the state, I don't know if you wish to address the objections of defense counsel.
Yes, Your Honor. We have provided the defense with a PowerPoint that does highlight some of the conversations that were captured during the 2017 T3. I believe one phone call, maybe two, or one conversation, maybe two, is from the vehicle. However, it's when they're stationary and it is audible. So I believe you'll recall the testimony last week was it was when the car was moving that it was difficult to hear. So it is audible. We do intend to play the recordings for the jury as opposed to having our witness read what the conversation occurred. However, we do have a transcript linked in this PowerPoint, which I intend to hand our witness and have her identify if this was a transcript that she prepared or that was prepared in regards to this phone call. And again, I'm not going to have her read that. Anyhow, I'm going to let the jury listen to the audio. You know, at the point that we go to move to admit exhibits, I think that's the appropriate time to start talking about whether or not the transcript should go back. If you'll recall, you know, during the course of discovery, first we provided all of the recordings to the defense. Then they asked us to point them to ones that we thought we would use. And then they asked us to provide transcripts of those ones that we pointed to them that we might use. So they have been provided the transcripts even of all of this stuff. So, you know, for what that's worth. So again, Your Honor, we don't intend to have our witness read. We do intend to play the audio for the jury to hear. But I will have her identify the transcript as prepared and representing that portion of the audio that just played, and ask her to maybe identify, you know, the individual's voices. This is somebody who spent 2 summers, 4 to 6 months listening to these people. She knows them very well. So that's the only thing the state would be attempting to do today.
What about the objection that there's an actual confusion between who's talking on the transcript has it backwards?
Well, I would be surprised, but if certainly does not apply to any today, I'm sure that's in 2018 when they were working in the same truck together. If there are errors that either side sees with these transcripts, that can be corrected. You know, these were not official transcripts like you know, our court reporter has done, but it was just to assist both sides in knowing what the content of that conversation was. So if there's an objected to a particular call that the transcript doesn't match, I mean, if there's changes and we agree, we'll certainly make those changes. You know, we're not interested in fabricating evidence. We're interested in providing the jury with the most accurate rendition of the evidence.
What does that do to the exhibit, though? I mean, if you change the identification of who's talking after the witness has already identified the transcript and they're off the stand and all of that, I think we have a problem.
Yeah, I would invite Mr. Parker to alert us to that particular thing, because we do anticipate getting to that perhaps later this week, that 2018 T3. So, you know, if there are things that they have noticed that do not comport, then I would invite them to alert us to that. They've not done that to date.
Judge, once again, we don't know what they're going to play. And there are probably hundreds of hours of recordings. I mean, we got this PowerPoint this morning, I think pursuant to the court order last week, and Mr. Nash and I prepared for this yesterday the best we could.
Judge, maybe it's been said, and so maybe I'm just saying it again, but I think maybe a little more clear. Listening aids are one thing, and the law is clear. When we get to the point of admitting evidence, listening aids do not go to the jury. So that's evidence that, and I would invite the state to find the law contrary, because I believe there's an abundance of case law that says no. Listening aids do not go, because listening aids in and of themselves is not evidence. The evidence is the audio recording. That is the best evidence. That is what the jury is supposed to hear. It's the best evidence, which is the audio recording. Courts have permitted listening aids, and that's only if there's an accurate representation of what's there, and of course both sides can have a say in what they believe is being said. But the other issue that we have is a synopsis should not be given to the jury. A summary should not be given to the jury. It should be, this is what we recorded, and then it's played for the jury. That is the best evidence. That's what they're to be presented with. Not only that, but the rule of completeness requires the entire recording to be heard by the jury, not just cherry-picking snippets that take something out of context. So the rule of completeness will require the entire recording to be played. And again, it's the best evidence. It's not a synopsis of what the state believes is said. So that is the status of the law. And so if the state intends to introduce anything from a recording. We ask that they play the entire recording and there be no synopsis or what they think is being said. Just got to be the whole recording. That's it.
Well, these are, as I understand it, taken, some of them at least taken in the context of overland driving, overland truck driving, is that right? No?
Just one or two, and I apologize that I,
Well, what I was trying to do, I guess, is not very well, but is Mr. Nash's point about playing the entire
yeah, that was.
recording. I'm not sure if we're talking 18 hours in which we have 3 sentences said, or exactly what we're talking about there. So,
Yeah, I mean, yes. We have trimmed any audios to the conversation that we think is pertinent. Again, it's got to be relevant for us to listen to it. It's got to be relevant for us to play to the jury. So, that's what we have done. That is what we prepared. As noted before, we intend to play the audio, not have the transcript read. At the point that we move to admit that, if we move to admit that, these objections are appropriate at that time. But
all right, I'm not sure, because I don't know what's going to be played either, but I feel like the point's well taken, the defense counsel made about having a synopsis or a summary of, this is what they said, or something of that nature being played. That's not, that's more, I don't think the jury should have somebody writing an editorial about what was said. Now, playing the tape, and if the witness properly qualified or properly, if there's proper foundation for it, I think the witness could say that this is somebody's voice or that's somebody's voice. That can be denied by the other side, but I think if they're familiar enough to indicate whose voice it is. But the idea of a transcript, I think, is a problem unless both sides agree that it's an accurate transcript, and I'm hearing that the defense says it's not. So I do have a problem with a transcript going to the jury unless it's an accurate transcript. I don't like the idea of a synopsis being read or some summary, because one person's summary may differ from another person's summary. Who's speaking? I think if the witness is familiar enough to know who it is doing the talking, that she should be permitted to say that.
Your Honor, and I understand the court's concerns, and the state does not necessarily disagree with that. I just, for purposes of today, I would like to just hand her the transcript and have her identify it as being prepared in regards to this phone call. And again, whether or not that ever goes to the jury is, but I think without that foundation, it could never go back to the jury.
I mean, I don't have a problem with her identifying it, as long as but it's not going to be put on the screen, or the jury's not going to see it.
No.
Okay. Do we need to put anything else on there?
No, we just wanted to alert the court to issues we think are going to be coming up to be contested.
Are we ready then for the jury to be brought in?
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. You may be seated. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. It's good to see all of you here. We begin another day of trial in this case. At the specific request of both the state of Ohio and the defense, and by agreement of both the state of Ohio and the defense, the court is going to give you this cautionary instruction. There was an outburst on Friday afternoon, and the court had that individual removed from the courtroom. The jury is instructed that you must ignore any outburst from the media or the public, and only decide this case based on the exhibits and testimony admitted in the case. Please further note that the individual who had the outburst is not affiliated with either the state or the defense. Is counsel satisfied with that instruction?
Yes, thank you.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Is the state ready to call another witness?
Yes, Your Honor. The state would recall Ms. Julia Eveslage, please.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, as you shall answer unto God? You may be seated. The state may examine.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sorry. Good morning. How are you?
Good morning.
If you could, please restate your name for the record.
Julia Eveslage.
Okay. And Ms. Eveslage, again, we've talked about some of your various tasks in this case. And one of the tasks I want to talk to you about is monitoring of the interception warrants in this case. First of all, can you tell us what that means when you get an interception warrant? What does that permit you to do?
Basically, in the background, the phone company or whatever service provider we're working with will work with our tech ops agents to set up a copy, if you will, of real-time communications from someone's cell phone or other types of communications. In this case, it was a cell phone as well as another type of device. And so basically it routes information to our computers, and we intercept it and go from there. I think we'll get into some later questions, but it basically is just a copy of communications that gets sent to us in law enforcement.
Okay. And can you tell us, in this particular case, was that done both in 2017 and in 2018?
Yes.
And can you tell us, was one of your tasks to help monitor those interception warrants?
Yes, I monitored calls and text messages as well as provided analytical assistance running reports.
Okay. And while you are up on the interception warrants, are you also up on other types of warrants as far as the pen registers or pings and stuff, as that helps you kind of determine where people are located or who they're calling, et cetera?
Yeah, the pings, the pen register is kind of included. A pen register is just like kind of real-time communications without any kind of content. No conversations are heard. It's just the data, so it would be like the calls, incoming, outgoing, text messages, things like that. So that's all included within the intercept itself. And then a ping would be, an estimate of the location of the device itself. So yeah, we had those during the course of the intercept.
Okay. And can you tell us, how are those devices monitored? Like, where are you located, not specifically, but just generally talk to us about how that's conducted.
So BCI has an organized crime investigations office. It's in Franklin County in Central Ohio. and there's a secure room called the wire room where the intercept is monitored. There's a secure server. It's all very locked down. Only certain people can be in the room, etc. And so that's our listening post would be in Franklin County. So.
Okay. And we heard testimony last week about a device being placed in the vehicle that the Wagners arrived at the Montana border. First of all, were you at the Montana border?
Yes.
And were you aware of that device being placed in that vehicle?
Yes. There were two different types of devices. One was like a body wire, if you will, so it operated within a short distance of the device itself, and that was something that was like a local device there. And then there was another device that was from our office that was placed into the vehicle, and it basically has a telephone number that you call from the listening post, and it begins the intercept as soon as you call the device. So it actually has a phone number, and then we can record from there. So there were two different types of devices.
Okay. And so when you call the device that was installed by BCI, that enables you to hear any conversation that's occurring at that time?
Yes, you physically have to call into it to initiate for that device. For the phones, it doesn't work like that, but for that type of device, we have to call in and initiate the process.
Okay. And can you tell us, you guys conducted interviews on May 21st of 2017. Can you tell us if you also then went up on the phones?
The phones were not immediately being intercepted. They were traveling back to, the Wagners were traveling back to Ohio, and we later obtained the search warrants for the intercept themselves after they returned to Ohio. So once they were at the border, it was just the vehicle devices, and then we later got the phones.
Okay. Was there a conversation that was captured while the vehicle was still at the border?
Yes.
Okay. And are you familiar with the content of that conversation?
Yes, the audio quality it was definitely a challenge for that device. There were times where there was a lot of noise in the vehicle, depending on who was in the vehicle, voices talking over each other, things like that. So audio quality was definitely an issue along the way for that device. But yes, there was some conversation right then.
At the border. Okay. And can you tell us, were there times where you could hear the audio, for instance, if the vehicle was stationary?
Yes, if the vehicle was stationary, we were much more likely to get more clear conversation. If it was moving, depending on the road, some roads are just noisier than others, or if there was, weather or things like that. So there were definitely times where it was very challenging to hear or to understand what was being talked about. But when the vehicle was stationary, it was much easier to understand.
Okay. And was that vehicle device also being monitored in Franklin County?
Yes. At
that location you indicated? Okay. Can you tell us, when you are one of the persons monitoring an interception warrant, what kind of instructions do you receive?
So every time you do an interception warrant, a prosecutor,
Yes. objection be overruled at this time.
Okay, you can answer the question.
So before an interception begins, there's what is referred to as minimization. And so anyone who's going to monitor the wire or be privy to information involved in, in receiving information from a Title III intercept is required to be minimized. And so what that is just essentially, most times it's a conference call. In this case, it was a conference call where an attorney will run you through instructions for monitoring or for how to treat information that you receive from a Title III. It's very sensitive information. There are a lot of safeguards in place for what we can and can't do with the information we receive. And so basically, you receive instructions on what you're allowed to listen to, what you're not allowed to listen to. There are types of communications such as attorney-client communications that will be marked as privileged. We're not allowed to listen to those. There are other types of information that we're not allowed to listen to. And so those instructions provided in minimization just give you kind of the framework to understand how it's going to work, what you can and can't listen to, the objectives and the designated offenses. So there's a lot of information that is included in minimization, and it's just, it sets the framework for the intercept itself. So.
Okay. And so anybody who is going to be a monitor of those conversations has to be, as you termed it, minimized or provided those instructions, the do's and don'ts, correct?
Yes, so you attend the minimization, you read the instructions, you sign it, and all of that documentation is kept in the wire room for future reference and to make sure that everyone has read and understood the instructions.
Okay. And they also have to read the interception warrant itself, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Which again is kept in the monitoring room so everybody has that opportunity.
Yes.
And then has to sign indicating that that's been done. Okay. And you talked about sometimes there are conversations that you can't listen to, some privileged communications certainly. Do the conversations also have to be pertinent to the objectives and the investigative details that you've been provided?
Yes. So in minimization, it's covered the designated offenses themselves, what we're listening for, and then anything that is determined to be relevant or pertinent to the investigation is then marked in the system. It's kept, it's recorded, and anything that is deemed not pertinent is treated a little bit differently.
Okay. And I think you talked about this, but if you're not listening to it, then it's not being recorded, correct?
Yes. So basically, when a call comes in to the monitor, the phone rings, people begin talking, and it's up to the monitor to determine whether or not it's pertinent. So as long as it takes for the monitor to determine if it's pertinent or not, you can continue listening. If it's not pertinent, you minimize the call, which means you stop recording completely. So you can't go back and listen to what's not recorded. It's not kept. It's gone forever. But then if it is pertinent, you continue listening, for as long as the pertinent conversation continues. And anything that is recorded can be reviewed again, later on, whenever. So. Okay.
And if you determine that a call has maybe started out as pertinent but now has turned to non-pertinent things or whatever, and you stop recording, then are you able to later check into that conversation to see if it's now become pertinent?
Yes, it's called spot checking. We, pop in and out between being minimized and not. So you come back and you record for a little bit, you listen, you determine if conversation has changed, if they're still continuing to talk about non-pertinent, items or conversation. You can continue to do that, a certain period of time. It's up to the monitor, 30 seconds, if you will, and then you continue listening, you stop recording, so you alternate like that until the call ends, or until conversation again becomes pertinent.
Okay. And so it's pretty important for each monitor to have some understanding of not only the instructions, but the details of the investigations to determine whether or not something is pertinent, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And is there also contact information contained in the monitor room for both the lead investigator and the supervising attorney?
Yes, all of the contact information is kept in the event that something is overheard that a monitor has questions about regarding privilege or, just other questions like that, as well as if a monitor happens to hear conversation about crimes that are outside the scope of the designated offenses. That requires a call to the attorney to say, hey, can we continue listening to this? They say yes or no.
Overruled.
So all of that contact information is kept in the room, available for anyone who needs it.
Okay. And can you tell us, do you initially start out monitoring 24 hours a day?
Not always, but it's typical that you would have a wide scope until you learn of someone's pattern of life, and then you can kind of narrow down from there. In this case, we had a time zone difference. The Wagners were in Alaska, we were in Ohio, so you change your monitoring hours to accommodate, what their schedules may be like, or their pattern of life from there. So it is flexible. It's up to the affiant to write all that out, to be approved by the court, to monitor within certain hours. It's not something that can just change. You have to receive approval from the court to be monitoring for a certain time.
Okay. And just sometimes then you start out with a large amount of monitoring time, hours per day, and then sometimes that narrows.
Yes.
Okay.
It can, yeah.
Based on what?
Their pattern of life, their work hours. Some people wake up late and, sleep, or stay out late and sleep in, or, vice versa. So just kind of determining, based on the objectives of the intercept itself, their pattern of life, daily habits, things like that.
Okay. And how long are you initially granted the authority to intercept conversations?
30 days.
Okay. And so if you wish to continue monitoring, what do you need to do?
That requires additional search warrants and approval from the court to be granted what's called an extension. You're granted another 30 days from there, and you don't have to stay up the entire 30 days. Often, intercepts get shut down before the 30 days, but if you are having conversation that meets the objectives of the intercept, then you can continue and apply for an extension.
Okay. Additionally, as your role as one of the assigned CIU analysts in this case, were you asked to help identify some of the pertinent conversations that were captured during the 2017 intercepts?
Yes.
And was part of that for use in getting those continuances or extensions of the interception warrants?
Yes, the extension warrants provide content from the intercept itself. You give conversations, you give text messages that were intercepted that are pertinent to the conversation. All of that supports needing an extension to continue listening to the intercept.
Okay. And can you tell us when this recording is made, or the recordings are made, is there a transcript of those recordings automatically generated?
No, that's up to the monitor. That's a big job that the monitor does. As the call is happening, most times people will take notes in a box on the computer, and then when the call is finished, if it's pertinent, you do a word-for-word transcript as you hear it. So that can often be lengthy, and it's just a typed word-for-word summary of what was said.
Okay. And at some point, were you also asked to assist in that, providing transcripts of pertinent conversations?
Yes.
And do you recall which devices? You said that there were intercept warrants obtained for the phone devices belonging to the Wagners. Do you know, have a recollection as to which devices were being monitored in 2017?
Yeah, over the course of the summer, I have a slide do we want to show the slide? Will that help the jury to see the chronology of it?
Your Honor, this is going to be, the overall PowerPoint is going to be marked as States Exhibit WW, and this first page will be marked as States Exhibit WW1.
So this table shows all of the devices, or phone numbers that were intercepted between May and July of 2017. Starting with TS1, that was the device that was located in the Wagner vehicle. You can see here that under the target telephone number, that was the phone number that was called by monitors to begin recording. And the date of the order on that was May 19th, 2017. So that's the date that the court granted that interception warrant. TT1, the phones are labeled TT for target telephone. That's just a shorthand way of, if you have multiple lines to say, this is the communication between those. You may see those in some of the transcripts in the future. So TT1 was Billy Wagner's phone number, 740-352-6002, and the date of that order was June 9th, 2017. Additionally, on June 9th, 2017 was TT2, which was George Wagner's phone number, 740-352-5332, and then TT3, which was Jake Wagner's phone number, 740-352-1704. The following week, we obtained an order for TT4, which was Angela Wagner's phone, 740-352-8526, and that was signed on June 15th, 2017. And then later, another phone number for Billy Wagner was signed, TT5. I believe there were some service issues when they went to Alaska, so Billy obtained a new phone number with a different carrier. So that was signed later on July 10th, 2017.
Okay. And then extensions were also obtained as to 3 of those devices, correct?
Yes, TT2, 3, and 4. We received extensions signed on July 7th, 2017 to continue monitoring, as previously mentioned.
Okay. And back to the request made to you to identify and transcribe pertinent conversations, for all of the interception warrants, but specifically focused today on the 2017 interception warrant. Did you do that?
Yes.
Okay. And do you have some of those calls and transcripts available for us today?
Yes.
States Exhibit WW2.
And there's a basis for it.
Call it information block, Judge. Summary of what was said.
Does council wish to approach here just a minute? I'm going to sustain the objection.
Did you link an audio of this call to that WW2?
Yes.
I'm going to play it and have you identify that that is that. Oh, before you do that, if you can pause it. What device is this from?
This is the, a call recorded from the Wagner vehicle.
Okay.
They're a bunch of liars.
Oh, no.
Yes, they are. The people at the border are liars. When they bring in people at the border, they know what they want. The people at the border that talk to you on Thursday, they want to kill your Uncle Kate. They want to kill your animals. They want to kill your papa and me for no reason. Because they are bad people. They want us all to die. And they want to take you away and get these bad people. They want to take safety away and get rid of bad people. You won't be able to stop them, Bullhorn. They're bad people. You can't stop them. The only way you can is to be good. Okay? They are bad people. Don't listen to what they tell me. Don't listen to what they say, Bullhorn. They're liars. What they are. They are liars. Bullhorn, they are liars, okay? You understand they want to hurt your family, right? There's a lady at that border, a girl. She likes you. And she looks like. She's calling her hair. I see you. She's begging you. Did Daddy show you the picture? Did you tell me if that's her or not? Okay. I'm going to ask if this lady is the lady at the building. I want to know, okay? Don't do that. I'll show you that. No, it's all here.
No. Move on. No. So that way you get the border. Then no. And no. That's right. Keep the border. Yeah. You are. I don't know. Keep the border. That person right there. On the left. Yes, ma'am. What's she say to you? That one right there, she was the boy. What did she say to you? You can't remember? But she was not the boy. Hey, what's this one that was at the border? It's a tackle. Hey, don't get out here. Hurry up, I'm the subject.
Hey, Jumper! Hey, Jumper! Let's go up there. Hey, pay for the ticket. We're very good.
They just broke loose hell upon themselves. And I am bringing all of hell with me. So you can keep weighing there.
What she texted you from?
She texted me from her phone, her husband's phone. That's what she's been texting me from.
Her husband's phone.
Yeah. I'm telling you, I'm bringing all hell with me on this one.
And we are.
That woman is not allowed around him without my supervised visit. And they brought her around him without my
I want to
consent.
know something. You brought her picture.
board said. And he said that he didn't have a home anymore. So he wanted to get back to his home and all of his stuff. Right? And I said, fine. We're going to do what the board has said to you. They kept saying nothing. I said, fine. If I show you a picture of some people about that board, can you tell me which one was there, which one talked to you? And he said, yes. I went on Facebook and I went to 2 or 3 different friends of mine. I said, was this one there? No. This one there? No. This one there? No. So I got to her. She said that she talked to me at the board. Oh, here's a picture. Okay. How about it? Remember the lady that played you know what else you can say? Yeah, what all this you say? What did you say? What did you say? Wait a minute. Burn all hell with me on the phone. Fine, you're not trouble, you tell her. Did I tell you not to tell us full time? That's it before. You don't keep secrets from all of us. That's only the people that's not us. You tell us you. Turkey, ask yourself. I would try to tell us. If they did full wine, I would tell He was in the room. Tabby? Huh? Yeah. The name's back. What's the name? Seven. So that girl there named Tabby, did she get born on a run? She did? Seven. You made you feel like no one. What did you do? You claim victims? You claim victims that was a woman? What did they do? I told you now, Jake, find my hat. I'm bringing all hell with me. I'm my hat. Right there. They tell you that you said you separated. They didn't separate you. Yes.
your card. She's not alive. And I told the border patrol I had it with me in the car. I'm sorry. You take care of it, Mom, and I'm bringing all of that with me. Then I want her apologize. If she was there, she's going to freaking jail because she broke what the judge ordered to her. We'll come down.
Okay.
Could counsel approach this a minute?
Okay. I'm going to approach you and hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit WW2 to correspond with that slide. And I don't want you to read any of this. I just want you to look at that and tell me what that is.
This is a transcript that was exported from the system that we use to intercept calls. There are, and it was like, because only a portion of the entire call was played, it's not the entirety of the transcript from the system itself. That would be in a separate place. But Basically, the transcript identifies who's talking at the top. Every transcript does. The specific transcripts for this PowerPoint that were linked may not have that at the top, but every transcript in the system has an identifier of who's in the conversation. If there's an unknown voice not able to be identified or ascertained, that's marked as well, and it's a word-for-word transcript as the monitor hears it. So if, for instance, there's a portion of the conversation that's unintelligible, the monitor is to mark it as unintelligible. So in this transcripts, there are, it's a U/I, unintelligible. There may be a couple other just slightly different versions of that, but there are markings in here that were, there was conversation that was not able to be understood.
Okay. And also at the top of each of these kinds of transcripts are, what we would call that, a map or a guide as to who the voices are. In other words, GWs for George Wagner, BWs for Billy Wagner, whatever. It identifies that at the top as well.
Yeah, so that's in the system. The transcripts that were prepared, like as linked to this to this PowerPoint, may not have that if they were pulled from, different portions of a call if it wasn't the entirety of the call. But yes, in the system, you're to identify, the voices that are heard. If George Wagner IV was heard, he'll be listed as George Wagner or GW. If Billy Wagner was heard, he would be listed as BW or Billy. We wouldn't have referred to him as George on the wire.
Okay, or George IV.
Yes.
Or George III. And when you are doing transcripts of these calls, can you tell us, do you wear headphones, or how do you do it to best be able to hear
Yes.
What is occurring in phone conversation?
Noise canceling headphones, certainly high quality headphones. There are ways in the system to adjust the audio to eliminate background noise or enhance voices. You can only listen to one side of what the system thinks is a call. So like I could listen to myself talking or Ms. Canepa talking. You can isolate that audio, and that helps to understand, if there's a portion that maybe real time didn't sound so clear, but then playing it back, you can slow it down, speed it up. That doesn't really seem necessary, but there are definitely ways that you can use once you're playing it back to stop and start, re-listen to it, as you go. So it is time consuming, but there are definitely ways in the system that you can alleviate some of the noise issues or the audio quality issues.
Okay. And again, we've already established that you spent basically 2 summers listening to monitoring the interception warrants that were obtained in this case, correct?
Yes.
How do you
Overruled.
also listen to other calls from George Wagner, Billy Wagner, Angela Wagner, and Jake Wagner?
Yes, I listened to their jail calls.
Okay. And can you tell us, do you recognize the voices in this phone call, in this particular phone call?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell us the individual that was asking a child about Tabby and saying they were going to bring all hell with them? Whose voice was that?
George Wagner.
Okay. And were you able to tell which of the children he was talking to initially?
Yes, initially Bullvine or Vine, and then later Sophia is also heard. It's difficult to understand what the children were saying. They were toddlers at the time that this was intercepted.
Okay. And does it also indicate in the middle of that conversation that George called somebody?
Well, it's a leading question, if nothing else, so I'll sustain the objection.
It does not, because were you up on the pen registers at this time?
So we could see if during this call, we could see the pen register, a call taking place that would be available to the monitor listening to this call. You can see it on the same screen. You would be able to tell if there was an activity incoming, outgoing, things like that. So if a monitor marked it in here, it's something they observed on the computer itself.
Okay, and was that indicated?
Yes, it's listed in the transcript.
Okay, and
Overruled.
and what call was made to whom?
So there's, in parentheses, it says pen records show GW, George Wagner, called JW, Jake Wagner.
Objection. Can we have a time frame at least?
Yes, at what point in that
Wait
phone
just a
conversation?
minute, say that again.
Judge, objection. I'd like at least a time frame when this.
So this call in particular took place on May 25th, 2017, at 12:57 hours. There is a timestamp just like 6 lines above where it notes that a pen record show call, and that was at approximately 12 minutes and 41 seconds into the recording. So I don't have an exact time. That's not something that we would do when we're transcribing. Oftentimes when you have a long call, to go back and refer to previous parts of the conversation, you'll put a timestamp, or if you stop transcribing for a brief period and then start again, you do a timestamp so that you can go back and refer. So this was a long call. There were timestamps in there to go back for review, but each line doesn't have. I mean, that would be
Okay,
extremely
but
time consuming.
Wait just a minute, is that
I'm sorry.
sufficient for the time?
I have a question.
Yes. All right, so we may need to get this exhibit identified here then.
Yeah, I identified it as WW2 to mimic the slide that was shown, but I'm going to mark that WW2B, and we will mark the audio as WW2A, the slide itself as WW2. And just so we're clear, you referenced this as a call. Was this a call between phones, or describe for us what this was?
So this was a recording from the vehicle wire. I say call. I mean, the monitor had to physically call the device to turn it on. So when I refer to it as a call, it's not necessarily a call, a traditional call between parties, but it was a call from the monitor to the device to initiate the recording. Does that satisfy?
And if you could look at, again, just trying to narrow down when that call was made from George to Jake, you indicated there's sometimes times noted in the transcript so that you can go back for reference if you want to listen to that particular spot or whatever, but not each line has a
Yeah.
time, correct?
Yeah, because a monitor, or someone who's transcribing the call is physically typing it, so there's not any kind of timestamp that's available from the system. It's, it's just for reference that we would do for long calls. Not really necessary if it's just a minute or two, a short phone call, but this call in particular, or, this recording was an hour and 8 minutes. So there were, designations of the times that
Okay.
for future review.
And I believe you indicated it was there was a time at the top of, I don't recall what time it was it 10 something or 12
This
something?
is 1, 2, page 4. There's a timestamp of 12:41, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, about line 9 after that. So,
And can you tell us, was that immediately before, or before other subjects got into the car?
yes, and Mr. Wagner is heard saying, "Hurry up, I need sudsy." And then you hear the commotion getting into the vehicle, so.
Okay, all right. Okay, and then WW3. WW3.
Didn't object to that, that's the information.
Do we need to, can we take down the,
Your Honor, could we approach on this?
It's 10:55, ladies and gentlemen, so we're going to take our morning break until 11:15. While you're on break, do not discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else. Do not permit anyone to discuss this case with you or in your presence. Do not form or express an opinion concerning the case. Do not do any research at all concerning the case from any source at all, either as to the facts or as to the law. Do not read, view, or listen to any reports or accounts of the case from any source at all, and have no contact with anybody participating in the case, including parties, counsel, or witnesses. At 11:15, you will assemble at the jury room downstairs and be brought up by court personnel. Does counsel for either side have anything you wish to put on the record before we recess for our morning break?
No, Your Honor.
All right, then we are in recess until 11:15. since you are present here this morning in the courtroom, you weren't here earlier, I want to admonish you that if you interject yourself into this hearing anymore, you will be escorted out of the courthouse and there will be sanctions. You are not permitted to speak up during the course of this trial. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, and that would go for any other member of the media, but I'll also state that I have had no difficulty with anyone else in the media trying to interject themselves in the course of this trial. Now, before we have the jury brought in, you were going to discuss these videos, or these, audios, I guess I should say. Was there some thing to be put on the record here concerning the audios?
There is, Judge, and specifically what we've been talking about is the state adding in the context of a call. And so we've identified two that we think, and we've listened to the court and what the court's concerns are. And so these are, for example, that there's suspicious vehicle. That seems to be open to some interpretation that the author here has put, that Angela and Jake discuss a suspicious vehicle. And so that's something that I think goes beyond the plain text or the plain audio of what's there.
You're talking about call 1803?
Yes. And then the next one we've identified is called 1586. I'm sorry. Call 1658, evidence against you kids. And then call 1733. Angela does not want to tell George over the phone. We don't know how the officers know that. But overall, our concern is what happens when we hear the audio and the audio does not comport or does not match what the author believes the context of that message is. That's the overriding concern of all of these. And so we just don't think the context should be included at all for that reason.
Let's discuss a little bit more of a problem here. The audios are played, and the reporter here in the courtroom cannot prepare a verbatim transcript of the audio recording as it's being played. That was true in the last one. I'm not sure it'll be true in all of them or not, but let's say that it is. How does counsel suggest we preserve the record in that circumstance? Now, we will have a marked exhibit that presumably, if it's admitted, the jury can play at deliberation time. If there's an appeal out of the case, of course, though, there won't be a transcript of the audio recording. It will just be the exhibit. So I'm not sure if counsel has thought their way through that or not. The problem with having these summaries is this too, and defense counsel mentioned this, that there will be an invitation, I think, on the part of the jury to, rather than play an hour of video or audio, to read the summary and decide, well, that's what this tape says. And of course, if the tape doesn't say that, then we would have a problem.
If I may, Your Honor, I agree that it would be lovely if we could have a verbatim transcript of this. Certainly, there's that attempt on the part of our CIU analyst, and a very good attempt, I might add, because she's listened to thousands of hours of these individuals talking and et cetera. But I don't know how to remedy that, because that would be a lot to put on our court reporter, who also is here every day doing active transcription. I know that when, for instance, we played Billy Wagner's recording and we played Angela Wagner's, there was a question from the court reporter as to whether or not there was a transcript available of those. And again, there's not an official transcript, but we do obviously try to prepare transcripts either initially at the behest of the defense or for our own purposes. And to the extent that providing her with those transcripts would assist her in being able to transcribe those recordings with a little bit more ease. And again, she may have issues too where it's unintelligible and just can't decipher what is being said. But the difference between obviously the court reporter and our analyst is the analyst at least is familiar with the individual's voices, etc. Again, which is where a transcript may be helpful. The defense does have a copy of the transcripts. They can say, oh no, that was not this person, that was this person, and we can discuss it. And if it's something that can't be agreed upon, it can just be, not provided. As far as the little, again, one sentences descriptions, I think we indicated there was 13 calls that these descriptors are for. we do not object to removing the suspicious vehicle. It says Angela and Jake Wagner discuss a suspicious vehicle believed to be driven by a BCI agent. We certainly can say they discuss a vehicle believed to be driven by a BCI agent. It's a phone call. They very clearly say that. They thought a BCI agent was following them. Jake and George thought that. And they're communicating that to Angela. I think the other thing where it has quotes, evidence against you kids. So this is Rita Newcomb discusses, quote, evidence against you kids. That's obviously the language that she used, but I don't object if we change that to just details. Rita Newcomb details evidence presented to her by BCI. That's fine. I could, we can take out that descriptor if that's something that she finds objectionable. He finds objectionable. The last one was call number 1733, where it says George and Angela begin to discuss BCI visiting Mama, which is Rita Newcomb, but Angela does not want to tell George over the phone. She says, I don't know what the specific language is because I separated myself from the thing, but there is some discussion about not talking about it on the phone. Again, I don't care if that's deleted from the descriptor, but I do think that the descriptors are helpful, again, Your Honor, because if the audio does go back, it just provides that, oh, where's that one phone call that about this, about George thinking Tabby was at the border, or this, or that. So it just provides that descriptor. And it's not prejudicial. It's, there's nothing in here. Again, they have the transcripts. There's nothing that's in this little one-sentence synopsis that is inaccurate or untrue. Like I said, I'm happy to remove the word suspicious and the quote, evidence against you kids, and replace it with evidence. And I don't object if we delete, Angela doesn't want to talk to George about it on the phone, that part of it. And then apparently everything else is.
Well, I asked counsel to try to compare, somehow they could index these in a way that the defense counsel would agree isn't prejudicial to the defense, but would be some index so that the parties, to sort of introduce them, but I don't know if that's been done. You mentioned 3 or 4 things. She's responded to those 3 or 4 things. Are there other?
We have an evidence rule that actually answers this and simplifies this for us. So, for example, this last segment that we heard, that was out of, I know we have several of these recordings that are 1 hour in length, or approximately 1 hour in length. The prosecution has taken that segment, played it, and then applied what they believe the context of that small segment is. And when I said we've got a rule that addresses this, it's Evidence Rule 106, the remainder of a recorded statement. When a recorded statement or part thereof is introduced by a party, an adverse party may require him at that time to introduce any other part of any other writing or recorded statement which is otherwise admissible, which ought in fairness be considered contemporaneously with it. And that's what they need to do. So what they need to do is play the entire statement that they took and allow the jurors to put, what significance is that? Not to have the state tell them, out of 1 hour, we're going to play 10 minutes for you, and this is the context in which that should be. We have a rule that addresses it. We should just be allowing the entire recording to be played. And that way we eliminate why subjectively the state thinks that this 10-minute segment is what this 1 hour conversation is all about. And so we shouldn't even have that small segment in there. And so I got another issue about this witness when the court is ready to hear it.
Well, let me ask you, first of all, have you listened to the tapes?
Yes.
Do you want to listen to 55 minutes of road noise, if that's all it is?
Well, it's not all road noise.
Well, I'm asking, but
yeah.
But yeah, there
no,
are.
Moments of no discussion does not need to be played.
Okay. Well, that would reduce the playing time quite a bit, I think.
Yeah, that's not worth anything to anybody. It's just silence or road noise.
Well, you said play the entire thing, so that would include.
I haven't edited out what portions of the conversation is there of that total length. But that all goes into the context of the message.
Well, so Can state address that? I mean, this is an issue we can't avoid if that's what is required by the rule.
Well, with some common sense, Your Honor, obviously the court has discretion in any matter of evidence. This is, again, they're only allowed to listen to pertinent conversations. You know, there's all kinds of here where they're disciplining their children. If they want us to play that, I'm happy to do that. But that's not relevant to what we're here for, Your Honor. So evidence has to be relevant. And to say that this time when they're in the vehicle an hour long is relevant in any way, I disagree. We are not saying that this is, we didn't bring out that this was an hour-long thing. We just presented a 10-minute segment to the jury. We didn't say how long it was. We didn't say, you know, anything else. And again, I mean, if that's going to be the rule, then even the prejudicial stuff will have to come in. And I assure you there was prejudicial stuff on those recordings. So, you know, don't think you can have it both ways. Again, we are playing a segment of this thing because it was pertinent when it was listened to, and it's relevant to the case. You know, if the court wants to play the whole thing, then I think that's on cross-examination. They ask to play the whole thing. I'm not going to play that whole thing because...
I just know the state has objected when we try to bring out statements of the accused on cross.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, well, you just said we could bring it out on cross.
The bottom line is, Your Honor, you know, there's a lot of recorded conversations in this case, and you know, what I thought was going to maybe be 2.5 or 3 more weeks of state's evidence is now going to be, I don't know, 5.
Why don't we just take the context out of it altogether? Let the jurors decide what the context is.
It's just a synopsis. Again, George calls to ask Angela to Google something he found in the interior of his truck, and that's what the call says. It's just a reference so that they can. You know, again, findings of fact are left solely to the discretion of the jury. What I think it says, what you think it says, is irrelevant, because the jury gets to decide if...
That's what we've been saying all along.
Yes, well, so this little one sentence, I mean, you can vacillate between saying it's okay and saying it's not okay, but this one sentence synopsis does not change what the jury hears with their own ears. I mean, it says Tabitha, George believes she's at the border. It doesn't say that George says he's going to bring all hell with him and that his mom needs to watch Bullvine because, you know, he's going to go on the offense with Tabitha or whatever. So, I mean, we didn't describe the entire phone call in the manner which could be. It just is simply the topic.
All right, we'll get back to the summaries again. So you've indicated you'll remove some of the language.
Yes,
but I don't know whether you've looked at these after she's indicated the language that would be removed.
I haven't seen it yet. But, I mean, they were fairly simple. I think that we should take those out.
Well, Mr. Wilson's been doing it as we've been speaking.
So while we're on the topic of this witness and these exhibits, I thought it was known, and I just have to make a record on this, that, you know, when a witness is under oath, the party should not be communicating with that witness about the subject matter which they're testifying. And so when the court broke for a recess, the prosecutor stood at the podium, and there's a stack of papers there which are presumably exhibits. The prosecutor, who's questioning this witness, spoke with this witness, and I saw her go through about, I don't know, several of the exhibits on that podium. Now, if they were discussing her testimony and how she's going to be testifying, we think that there should be no further question. If that's not the case, then there's no issue, but I just wanted to make the record of what I observed, and that's with the prosecutor questioning this witness, going over what appear to be exhibits on the podium.
Is there something you would respond
Well, I
to?
mean, part of this is trying to accommodate the defense by taking out parts that we can take out. To a certain extent, that the witness needs to guide us in what can come out, what's coming out. There's no substantive, hey, what about this, what about that? It's, hey, this is the issue. we're gonna take this out, or is this in there, or is that a direct quote, or it's helping accommodate the defense's request that we knew we were gonna address on the break.
All right, have you specifically addressed in your changes there the specific objections made by defense counsel
Yes,
as
I
to
asked
those?
Mr. Nash, can you go through those three again, the slides? I know one was 1803, and I'll just read them off here.
Took out the word suspicious.
1803 now says, Angela and Jake Wagner discussed a vehicle believed to be driven by a BCI agent. So the word suspicious was removed.
And then 16.
So we
1658,
still have other objections, but for what the court asked us to look at, yes.
1658 now says Rita Newcomb details evidence presented to her by BCI, including ballistic and footwear evidence, as well as the notarized custody paperwork.
Okay.
What was the next one?
It was 1733.
1733 now reads, George and Angela begin to discuss BCI visiting Mama, and in parentheses, Rita Newcomb.
Yes.
So do those address
Okay.
specific? Now, concerning playing entire tapes, are you going to want them to play tapes that all the entire tapes, regardless of what's contents there?
I think maybe the answer, if not play the entire thing, at least allow us to play portions that the state did not play. I think that's the middle ground.
State object to that?
I don't logistically have the ability to play those calls right now, so that's something they're going to have to do. But, you know, with respect to the calls that we're entering, I don't see a problem with that.
Are you going to be able to do that? You were given copies.
I do have a copy here. It's a little difficult because
Well, this is an evidentiary matter that should have been thought through before right to now. I mean, if you want to play additional things, I think I would let you do it, but you got to be ready to do it.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, so have we resolved, not to maybe everyone's satisfaction, but have we resolved this point? Are we ready to have the jury brought up?
Yes.
Defense ready to have the jury brought up?
Yes.
Yep.
You may be seated. Before we continue with this witness, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, have been some things put on the screen here that are sort of introductory statements, might call them index notes or something with respect to these recordings. Those things put on the screen that were written by the witness here are not evidence. The evidence is the recordings themselves and this witness's testimony to the extent that she's asked questions and the court permits those questions to be answered. That's the evidence. The introductory statements on the screen are not evidence and should be accorded no weight. They may be helpful in your organization of what's going on, but unless the tape recording confirms anything in any kind of a written index note, then you should disregard it entirely. It's not evidence. You understand what I'm saying? Now, does counsel wish to begin to resume, I should say, questioning this witness?
Yes, please, Your Honor. Thank you. If you could put WW3 back up, please. Is that on your screen too?
Yep.
Okay. Can you go ahead and tell us what we're looking at there?
This slide is the information for the next call or the next recording that will be played. So I would want to note for the jury that up in the top left corner where it says the call number, these are numbers that are designated to each line or each phone number. Those correspond with that phone number itself. So this is call 754. There may be items such as data sessions or text messages. There may not exactly be 754 calls, but in the system, every line of data is just designated call. So this would be call 754 on this particular line. This recording took place on June 13th, 2017, and it was an outgoing call from Billy Wagner's phone to George Wagner's phone. The context note says, George calls to ask Angela to Google something he found in the interior of his truck.
Okay. And Mr. Wilson, if you could play the audio, which will be marked as State's Exhibit WW3A.
Hello? Hey, what's going on? I need Mom to Google something for me. Do what? Mom asked me to Google something for me. All right, yeah, what is it? So if you Google, I want like the letter H, then X, and then plus, like PLUSE. Okay. H. Go ahead, Teddy. X. HX plus. Okay. I need to know what it is. HX plus. Okay, hang on, I'll call you right back. Well, just stay on the phone, I will Google it. Huh? Okay, she's on the phone. Google it, just stay on the phone. Yeah, she's on the other phone right now with somebody, but if you give me just a second, I can. I'll Google it and call me back. Okay, now, are you still on here? Yeah. Hold on. I'm here. You don't have to hold me, I can stay on here. Okay. Google it for me. Okay, H, X, B, L, U. Okay, HX plus remote start. Is that what it is? Yeah, it's got HX plus.
Minimize.
Well, it was, I found it in my truck, and I don't know what it is. Oh, you found it?
Okay, and can you tell us who is asking for something to be Googled?
That's George Wagner calling Billy Wagner, asking for Angela to do Googling. Billy appears to do it while he's on the phone with George.
Okay. Sorry.
Your truck? Yeah. Okay, well, it says HX plus GPS. Let me look. Hold on. What's it look like? A little oblong thing with 3 wires coming out of the back of it. Okay, is it hooked up? I don't know. It's going down.
in the top of my headliner going down the pillar of a truck under the plastic, and then the wires going to the dash. I don't know where they're going.
Okay, well then it's hooked up. It's GPS.
It's probably for my stereo where it's got that GPS on it.
Okay, yeah, probably, but that's what it is.
Okay. Anyway, I'm waiting on Jake from the parts store. He's trying to find a radiator.
Did you find one?
I don't think he has yet.
All right, well, don't push too hard. Be careful, okay?
Love him.
I love you too.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay. Ms. Everslage, I'm going to approach you with what's been marked as State's Exhibit WW3B, and if you could just look at that and tell us what that is.
This is a transcript that corresponds to the call that was just played in reference to Googling something.
Okay. And is that recording that we just listened to, the actual recording that was captured during the interception warrant in 2017?
Yes.
State's Exhibit WW4.
This is a text message conversation between Jake Wagner and the new owner of the 260 Peterson Road property, Dwayne Deweese, with his phone number listed there. This was a conversation that began on June 15th, 2017, with some corresponding text messages about BCI activity on the Peterson Road property.
Okay. And then WW5?
This first page is incoming. The first two are incoming text messages from Dwayne Deweese to Jake Wagner's phone. Would you like me to read them for the jury?
Yes, please.
Hey, I called sheriff about the Thompson guy, and investigators are at farm today digging the crap out of lot behind barn. Wish someone would let us know. An additional incoming message. What the hell is going on? All that they will say is they will be done by Friday night. Jake Wagner responds, what are they doing? Another response, I don't know what they're looking for, but I know that they have harassed us so much that I won't talk to them anymore. If they don't have a warrant, I tell them to, and it continues into the next message, take a hike.
And that's all from Jake to Mr. Deweese, correct?
Yes, those last three I just read.
Okay. And then WW6?
Further conversation between Jake and Dwayne Deweese. This was an incoming text message. Joe told me they are looking for bullets. We are there weekends when possible. This is the third time they have seized the property. I just get a, continuing into the next message, a courtesy call. They don't need permission. Jake replies, what the heck, they are retarded, and if ask a lawyer because they need a warrant to search and you could sue them. An additional response, I'm very sorry. They are doing that to you guys, but seriously, if you did not get permission and they don't have a warrant, then they can't do that. You can, continuing to the next message, sue them.
And WW7?
Additional outgoing messages from Jake Wagner on June 15th. Did they give you a warrant the first time they searched, or did you give permission? Joe told me they are tearing up the place with a track hoe. If they are, continuing to the next message, sue them for destruction of property, because Dwayne, they won't stop till you do, because the family members that are mad at me told them I must have did, continuing it, and said I did things I did not do. Now they think I did it and won't leave us alone. Now if you don't care, they're digging, then let them dig. But they, continuing to the next message, won't fit, pay to fix it back. They destroyed $20K worth of my stuff and caused mental damage to the kids. Don't let them walk over you.
And WW8?
The final message in this conversation was from Dwayne to Jake. They leave the warrants on the kitchen table. We read them when they get there. Didn't expect any of this, but nothing anyone can do.
I might go to WW10 next, because I think it's, yep.
This is call number 1493. On this particular line, it occurred at on June 15th, 2017 at 1744. It was a voice call from George Wagner's phone to Billy Wagner's phone. And the notation here was that Angela Wagner was using Billy Wagner's phone during the recording. The context notes are George and Angela Wagner discussed BCI activity at 260 Peterson Road in response to Jake Wagner receiving messages from Dwayne DeWeese regarding BCI activity on the property.
Okay. And if we can play the audio, it would be WW10A.
Hello?
Hey,
Yeah.
Dwayne is texting Jason that won't farm. Apparently they are down there again today digging up everything, inside the barns, the whole shaboodle.
Inside the barn?
No, Jake said behind the barn.
Behind what barn?
Which barn, Jake? Yeah, they're digging up behind the barn, they're digging up everything down there, said they'd be done by Friday.
Wait a minute, which barn are they digging behind?
I don't know.
Have they showed him a search warrant?
Jake just asking that. Jake said they ain't got a new one that's recent enough to date that he told them to go screw themselves.
Well, he needs to ask them and find out if they've supplied him with a new one every single time they've been down there.
I tell you, every time they come down there on a separate day, they have to have a new one.
Right, I know that.
All right, well, I think
Listen,
they
tell Jake it's important he finds out, because the attorney told me that if anything else happens or they do anything else, to call him and let him know.
Hang on, what's it? Oh, they're out there digging with a trap hill and a bobcat, Mom.
Behind what barn?
Which barn are they digging behind? You don't know. Ask him.
And ask him if they said, because they've been down there like 3
And
times.
ask if they had brought him search warrants every time they've been down there. Ask Dwayne if they brought search warrants every time they've been down there. I'll let you know what they say, Mom.
All right, love you.
Bye.
Okay, and again, can you tell us who the voices were on that call?
George Wagner and Angela Wagner. George Wagner appeared to be asking Jake Wagner questions in the background, relaying information to Angela.
Okay, so although this is George Wagner's phone calling Billy Wagner's phone, it's actually Angela Wagner that he's talking to.
Yes.
Going to hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit WW10B, and just ask you to look at that and identify that.
This is a transcript of the corresponding recording that was just played for the jury.
And what time of day did that call occur?
The time on the information from the call was at 5:44 p.m., 1744.
Okay.
And all those timestamps were in local time to where the system is, Ohio. So in Alaska, I don't remember what the specific time difference was, but there was a time difference in Alaska compared to Ohio, obviously with the time zones. So that was a local time to us, monitoring in Ohio.
Okay. WW11.
This is a recording from call number 1498. It took place on June 15th, 2017, 1753. It is a voice call from George Wagner's phone to Billy Wagner's phone. And again, Angela Wagner is using Billy Wagner's phone in this recording. The context notes here say George and Angela Wagner discussed BCI activity at 260 Peterson Road in response to Jake Wagner receiving messages from Dwayne DeWeese regarding BCI activity on the property.
Okay. And Mr. Wilson, can we play WW11A, the audio related to this call?
search warrant thing for the past, 30 so times they've been there. And he said,
Yeah.
he gets each time as a courtesy call saying they don't need permission or a warrant or anything, but they don't need it, they're doing it anyway.
Did he tell him that was okay?
I don't know if he did or not. Did he tell him it was okay for them to do it? They don't know. But he said that's all he got was a courtesy call with him saying that he didn't have to say yes or no, but they didn't need a warrant.
What the heck did they say that they're looking for?
I don't know, but you need to tell the attorney that they went down there and searched it without a warrant.
Give me the other one, hold on, give me the other one. I'm going to, he's out of the office today.
Well, see, that's
How long are they gonna be, how long are they gonna be there?
apparently I told Dwayne he'd be down Friday.
What's today, Wednesday?
What? All right. Yes. Objections overruled. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. I guess, or maybe reverse it a minute or something. I don't know how much of that was talked over.
For the record, 107, I'll go back to, I'll back up 10 seconds. I'll go to 57.
Well, see, that's
How long are they gonna be, how long are they gonna be there?
apparently I told Dwayne he'd be down Friday.
What's today, Wednesday?
Thursday.
Thursday. When did they start?
Jake, when did they start? Yesterday?
Hold on just a minute.
I guess yesterday, Mom.
Okay, what barn are they digging behind?
You know what's behind they're digging behind, Jake? Jake, which barn are they digging behind? He hasn't said yet.
Okay, well, look, I gotta take these kids.
Minimize. Okay. And Ms. Everslage, at the very end of that, it says minimize. Can you tell us what that denotes, or?
That would be the system when it stops recording. I can't say for certain why the monitor did that, but they believe that there was no further pertinent conversation. That would be when you would initiate minimization.
Okay. Going to approach you with what's been marked as State's Exhibit WW11B. You can go ahead and look at that and tell me what that is.
This is a transcript for the recording that was just played, call number 1498.
Okay. Did you say 1498?
Yes.
Okay. State's Exhibit WW12. Can you tell us what we're looking at there?
This is call 1503. It took place on June 15th, 2017 at 18:25, 6:25 p.m. It is a voice call from George Wagner's phone to Billy Wagner's phone. And the context notes are that George and Billy Wagner discussed BCI activity at 260 Peterson Road and if search warrants were obtained.
And Mr. Wilson, could we please play State's Exhibit WW12A?
talk to Mom real quick. Okay, she's down at school with kids. Are you gonna be there? I'll call you back. No, you can just tell her, hang on, I gotta catch my breath. They've been down there 3 times, every time. And, each time they called Dwayne and gave him a courtesy call saying they didn't need permission to be down there. That's bullshit. Right. Well, you know, I don't think they got a search warrant, so I don't think the judge would give it when they done last time. Didn't find anything. Yeah. And I think that's why they're doing it down there and not at Granny's. And Granny told them to take a hike afterwards, basically. And the judge won't give you a search warrant. And down there, since Dwayne don't live there. And they think they can just get away with saying we don't need it. And Dwayne won't come from Cincinnati to tell them to take a hike. Yeah. But they told Joe that they were searching for buried firearms and buried bullets. Fucking idiots. Yeah. There's a Rocco and a Bobcat down there digging up everything. Where are they digging at? All around the barn by the house, all around the back side of the house, all through the hog lots by the hog huts. There's enough scrap on down there to keep them busy. No, I know. They're digging up all around the garage that we had half built because of where it had all that new fill raised up. Uh-huh. They're digging all of it. They're a bunch of idiots, but that's okay because this here, where they're doing all this stuff, search warrant and everything, we're going to tell the attorney that. And where all these people on Facebook have been walking all over that place and all over them barns saying this, they must be guilty. Who's to say what them motherfuckers don't put down there? Yeah, through them motherfuckers. Really, I love you. Well, what they're doing, but what they're doing is a load of crap. And I don't know why they even think they can get away with this. I know it. But anyway, I love you. I'll see you this evening, okay? All right.
Approaching with what has been marked as State's Exhibit WW12B, if you could look at that and tell us what that is.
It's a transcript of the recording that was just played, call 1503, between George and Billy Wagner.
Okay. And again, does that call fairly and accurately depict the conversation that was intercepted pursuant to the 2017 interception warrants?
Yes.
State's Exhibit WW9. Yes. Yep. Oh, I'm sorry.
This is call 1488. It took place on June 15, 2017 at 1736. It is a voice call from George Wagner's phone to Billy Wagner's phone, and as in prior calls on this particular one, Angela Wagner was using Billy Wagner's phone. The context for this call, the notes are George and Angela Wagner discuss interaction with Border Patrol in reference to guns and ammunition.
Okay. And can we please play WW9A?
I think you just skip and hit a different slide.
Okay, well, that didn't work out too well. Hey, look, did you get pictures of the house I showed you?
No, I did not.
Okay, well, never mind. I'm going to look at one today, and probably that's the one we're going to take.
That's fine, but, if he looked at me, he's like, yep, I got x-ray vision. You're good to go. Have a nice day.
Okay. Well, that's good.
He told us, they did have to ask if he had guns or ammo or anything. He said, no, he sold all before he left, and he told him that me and Jake killed naked, another American without him. He said, well, you know what? There's a great big gun store in Toby, so come down there and buy one.
What? No, I didn't get that.
Did you hear me?
No, I didn't get it.
We told him, we didn't have no guns or ammo because we sold them all before we came up, so we wouldn't have problems with the border.
Right.
And we told him me and Jason were still American anymore because we didn't know any. And he said, that's no problem, just stop and toke at the gun store and buy one.
Oh, that's what he told you?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Wait, listen. Okay, well, look, I'm going to let you get to, look, you and Jake stop at that restaurant and get you something good to eat, okay?
We'll be there about 11:30, midnight-ish. Tell Brian and Sophie I got on present.
I will. Bullhorn misses you badly.
I know, but Jake's truck is broke 5 times on this trip.
I know that, but anyway, listen, Bullhorn's he's been pretty good. I mean, he's had his moments, but he's been pretty good. But Sophie, oh my God, don't even tell Jake, because when he gets here, he hears, I guarantee he's going to bust her butt.
Why?
Oh, she's been bad. I mean, maximum bad.
What she did?
Oh, just everything under the sun. Is her daddy near you? Jake near you?
Yeah, why?
Well, she wants to say hi to him.
Okay. And can you tell us who that was a conversation between?
George and Angela Wagner.
Hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit WW9B.
This is a transcript of the portion of the recording of call 1488 that was just played.
State's Exhibit WW13.
This is call number 1784 from this particular line. The call took place on June 15th, 2017 at 2112. It was a voice call from Jake Wagner's phone to Angela Wagner's phone. The context notes are Angela and Jake Wagner discuss a property Angela toured for the family in Kenai, Alaska. The property is on 4 acres without neighbors and will be rented in George Wagner's name/credit.
Okay. And if we could play WW13A.
Hello?
Hey,
Yeah.
have you guys want to look at that house yet?
Yes, we did. We moved
It's
in on
not-
Saturday.
Is it
Yes,
nice?
we moved in on Saturday.
Is it nice?
We moved in on Saturday.
Is
Yes.
it nice?
Yes, it's nice and no neighbors.
Is it a house trailer or is it more expensive?
It is a house trailer that they built over. It has a full basement underneath of it. But it looks immaculate. They're still remodeling it.
Oh,
And it's
they're
about 4 acres. Yeah, they're finishing up the remodeling in the basement. It's a big full basement with a big wood stove fireplace downstairs and everything. It's got 4 acres, and we're going to buy it at the end of the year on owner finance.
Okay, it's got 4 acres.
Yep.
Okay, I can fit the vehicles on it right now.
Yep.
Okay,
And the only part left to me is 18 miles. It's in Kenai. It's 18 miles from Sudaltna. From Fred Mars. It's 18 miles. It's right there off the Kenai Spur Highway. And it takes 18 minutes to get out there. And on that road, on Melody Lane, there is only 2 people. There is you and a welding shop across the road.
ooh, what a shop.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yep,
that's
and it's,
good.
I mean, it's nice, Jake. There's a 3-bedroom, 2-bath, big, nice kitchen. It's really nice on the inside. Looks real good. It's got a big full basement underneath of it. The kids can play and look down there. I mean, they're drywalling it and painting it right now, and it's like a TV room. There's an outside door going to it. It's nice. It's flat ground. It's real nice. They cut a tree down and it's turned in the driveway and they cut it in a bare totem pole.
Okay, so Jack, I'm asking if you're 100% sure, do you want to, when we get there tonight, do you want to, tomorrow, do you want to go get some paint for the kids in there?
Well, yeah, here's the thing, we're out there tomorrow evening at 6:30. Yeah, I put it in George's name, but I have to put all of our names down on the paper, but it's going in George's name.
Yeah.
They're going to run a credit check here. They're going to run a credit check here in 10 minutes, but there's nothing wrong with George's credit. But we already got it. As long as he ain't got no delinquents on his credit, which he doesn't, we know that for a fact. It's $975 a month. I got to give him $2,500 down, and we can have the dog. We paid $250 deposit to have the dog. So when we get the money to ship him up here, we can have the dog. You know, it's plenty enough room for him. So tomorrow evening we have to be out there at 6:30. He wants to meet everybody and get a copy of George's driver's license. And we're going to pay him. And electric and stuff is already on. I just got to call him tomorrow and get it put to George's name. And we'll be ready to move in on Saturday.
Okay, I'm going to approach you with what's been marked as State's Exhibit WW13B. If you can tell me what that is, please.
This is a transcript from call number 1784, a portion of which was just played, a call between Jake and Angela Wagner.
So that was Jake Wagner's talking to Angela.
Yes.
Okay. WW14.
This will be call number 1803. It took place on June 15th, 2017, at 2147. It's a voice call from Jake Wagner's phone to Angela Wagner's phone. The context notes are Angela and Jake Wagner discuss a vehicle believed to be driven by a BCI agent.
And if we could play WW14A, please.
Hello.
Anyway, I'm saying our trucks are filthy. The car was not. The car had a woman driving it with no luggage in the car, except in the hood and the trunk, but there was a car with no luggage.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. So, about that, it was a BCI.
Probably. Did she just drive by you?
But it passed. She passed us when we pulled over on top of the hill, kind of slow pull over so she'd get around. Kind of like so we could like kind of big courtesy to her. And but when she went around, she flew. I mean, got boom out. And then, once we seen it was a high tags and it looked like a BCI car, it's like a dragon awakened inside my truck's engine. And we took off like a rocket. I don't know how my truck even did it. Just took off like a rocket. Even uphill. I was going 70 uphill. And we was catching up. And I kid you not. As soon as it was like we was quiet, I'm on the phone. Anyway, we were starting to catch up. It was probably maybe not even 100 yards from her. And she like floored it. I mean, she went like a rocket.
Wow.
She escaped. I have no idea where she went. She escaped. And I mean, it was a rough road, and she was just bounce, gone.
Oh, gosh. Well, anyway, it probably was, Jake. They're wasting 10 tons of money.
Oh, I know what they're doing, too. I know if it was BCI, I know why she's here. You know why?
Why?
Because they're searching until tomorrow down there at the farm. That way, if they found something, she's right here to nail us.
True.
I know you're thinking.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I've seen a bunch of creds. I don't know if anyone's been following. I don't know if anyone's been following us or not, but you know, every once in a while you see crazy people.
Oh, there, Mom. Okay.
Anyway, though, are you doing okay? I mean, you guys are all right. I know your truck's messing up, but you're all right?
We know instruction, it's not.
Well, you've had a few issues with it, but other than that, are you okay?
I ain't had very many issues, but one, the radiator exploded. What we did, and two, it was mechanic error, and the fan clutch caught the wire. Nigger it together, and then the whole thing is all those bumps out through there, and the vibration caused the entire steering company to fall off.
Well, I got your new parts for you. They came in today, so I stopped to pick them up. I got them in the hotel room.
Okay, well, what did you get?
AC condenser and the new fan clutch. Clutch fan, however you say it.
Okay. Well, I told George to tell you not to get the AC condenser because it don't need AC.
Oh, well, you can take it back. I got the receipt.
Okay, and again, who was talking there?
Jake and Angela Wagner.
Approaching with what's been marked as State's Exhibit WW14B. If you can tell me what that is, please.
This is a transcript of the portion of call number 1803 that was just played between Jake and Angela Wagner.
And again, does that audio fairly depict the conversation that was captured pursuant to the interception warrant in 2017?
Yes, a portion of that recording.
Okay. WW15.
This is call number 1586. It took place on June 16th, 2017. It's a voice call from George Wagner's phone to Angela Wagner's phone. The context notes are Angela and George Wagner discuss a rental property for the family that will be rented in George's name.
And if we could play State's Exhibit WW15A.
Try the bottom. Yeah.
Hello?
Hey, sorry, I lost service.
It's all right.
Anyway, that guy there said, like, up here where he's at, he said, out here, there's no building permits, no nothing. You can build with people off, there's no inspections, no nothing.
Oh, wow. Well, anyway, where we're at, where we're getting this house at, I put it in your name. Where we're at out there, there's no one out there on that road except a welding shop.
Jake told me that. Let me ask you, is it close enough to town to run a B&B on it?
Probably.
You said there's 3 acres, didn't you?
No, there's 4.
4? Okay, well, can we like knock 1 acre of it off in the far corner after we buy it?
Well, here's how this works. She won't sell it to us. She wants to sell it for owner finance, $180,000. Okay, and it's nice. And the reason she's doing it is because she can't get anybody. They call it a mortgaged house. The guy that does her work for her, because where they took built over the house trailer and everything.
No, it's built over like we did.
Except, here's the thing, it looks like you built a real nice cedar house with the cedar siding that lays on its side, you know?
Yeah.
It looks like you built one of those and stuck a house trailer through the middle of it because for some crazy reason they didn't go all the way to the ends of the house trailer. It'd be real easy to cover up.
Does it have the wings on the side of it?
Here's it looks like you just built a little square house, like, you know, with cedar siding. They went way up. Got a full basement underneath of it that's actually livable, like a room.
Yeah.
And, stop it! And, but they let the house trailer stick out on each end so far because they were going to finish covering it up, and they just never got to it. But the bank will not listen to it. A couple of people have tried to get loans. And for some reason, I guess because they did it that way, she's saying that the bank won't loan, they won't loan on it. So she wants to sell it as an owner finance. But here's what she wants to do. She's had several people go in there and say, yes, we want to do this. So it's minimized. Anyway, she redone it. Well, anyway, here's what she wants to do. She wants us to, I leased it for a year, so we're going to rent it for a whole year, okay?
Yeah.
At the end of that year, if we still like it and don't want to leave, which we won't because it's perfect for us, then she is going to take, she wanted 25% down. She'd come down to 15, but she said she would work with us if we really were interested in it at the end of the year. So she'll probably only want like 10% down.
Okay, so
And, right.
So here's my thing.
We have to give her $1,000.
Go ahead.
I said we have to give her $1,000 deposit, which that comes off of your down payment later.
Okay.
Well, yeah. Well, look, everything will be fine. I'm just have some faith and everything will be
I know.
fine.
Well, anyways, they have, I'll go drive back up to Toke once I get my license changed and address and stuff, because you know Brian has his camo gun.
Yeah.
I have to buy another one that's camo for it, but they sell a Cricket up there at that little gun store in Toke. But it looks like a Navy SEAL sniper rifle. It's like a little tan military camo grade, some old stock on it, a little ported barrel. It's like extended length. But it's a Cricket. That's what it is. It's a modified Cricket.
Yeah. Hey, let me talk to Jake real quick and I'll call you right back, okay?
Okay, well, anyway, I just wanted to tell you that I want to go buy it for him.
All right, okay, that's fine. Love you.
And handing you, it's been marked as State's Exhibit WW15B. If you could look at that and tell me what that is.
This is a transcript of the two portions of call number 1586 that were just played between George and Angela Wagner.
WW16.
This is call 1658 from this particular line. It took place on June 16, 2016, 1948. It's a voice call from Rita Newcomb, George Wagner's grandmother. So from Rita Newcomb to George Wagner's phone. And on this particular call, Angela Wagner is using George Wagner's phone. The context notes are Rita Newcomb details evidence presented to her by BCI, including ballistic and footwear evidence, as well as the notarized custody paperwork.
Okay. And if we can play WW16A, please.
But he told me, he said that he also, what was I going to say? If he had witnesses on that. Oh, yeah, and you notarized the paper that was my name, like I told you could. First thing back in 2014, that in case Hannah ever died or case of death, that the subject should go to Jacob. Right. Okay. On the bottom of that paper. Yeah, it was printed off in April. Remember, George talked to you about that. He was telling me about that, and because we couldn't remember it. And that's whenever you happened to be over there, and Hannah stopped by, and they backdated it because they forgot about needing it done and everything, and so it was just backdated. Well, they said that it was written big, like Hannah, I thought, wrote big, didn't she? Right. Well, they got a picture of Hannah, and Hannah's supposed to have wrote her name, and it's written small. And the handwriting don't look nothing like the one that says her name on that paper. But Hannah never did write small. That's what I thought. But he said that at the bottom of that paper, that paper was just printed out last year. Yeah, it was. What did you tell him? I said, I don't know about when that paper was printed out, but I do know that I notarized that, and the Hannah was there and Hannah signed it. All righty. Okay, well, but anyway.
Okay, and again, that was a conversation between Angela Wagner and her mother, Rita Newcomb, correct?
Yes, and there was a female voice in the background too of Rita's side of the call.
Okay.
Unidentified.
And at that point, Angela was using the device belonging to George Wagner IV, correct?
Yes.
Hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit WW16B, if you could tell me what that is.
This is a transcript of the portion of call number 1658 that was just played between Angela Wagner and Rita Newcomb.
Okay, WW17.
This is call number 2024 from this particular line. This call took place on June 19th, 2017 at 1520. This is another voice call from Rita Newcomb, George Wagner's grandmother, to Jake Wagner's phone. And on this particular recording, Angela is using Jake Wagner's phone. The context notes are that Rita Newcomb calls to discuss the BCI press release regarding the Wagners. Angela Wagner suggests Rita and other family members call in to a BCI tip line about the Manley family and insurance money.
Okay. And are you aware that there was, in fact, a press release released on June 19th of 2017 regarding the Wagners?
Yes.
And specifically asking if anyone had any dealings with them, vehicles or firearms, etc.
Well, I'm going to sustain that as a leading question.
Okay. Do you know what the content of that release was?
The press release asked for anyone with information or
Basically.
Seriously.
Your Honor.
I'll overrule the objection.
the press release asked the public for information on anyone dealing with the Wagners, specifically to firearms or business, dealings. There was the contact information for BCI, our tip line, or our radio room for tipsters to leave information.
Okay. And could we please play WW17A?
Yeah? Hey, listen, don't get upset. I'm already upset myself. I'll tell you something. You know what you can do? I can't do it because I got an attorney. I'll tell you what you can do. You can call that tip line and you can tell them that we didn't do it and that you're my boss and that you know what they're doing and that they need to stop because they're just deliberately trying to ruin our lives. Now, who am I supposed to call? The tip line that's on there. You can do it. You can call in there. Mickey can call in there. It doesn't have to be just a tip on bad stuff. It could be a tip on telling them that you know what they're doing. And that Leonard Manley is a greedy old man that just wants the money from Sophie. That's what he wants. Sophie stands to get $50,000. And he wants the money because Chris used to pay all his bills and there's no money left for him. They're freaking poor people. I'm not picking on them, but they're like white trash, Mom. They live in trailers and they're freaking filthy, disgusting, and they live off a cliff. And if they have Sophie, they get all her inheritance money, which is $50,000, $60,000 or more. Oh, my goodness. And that's what they want. Because they have the ones that are doing this, they got the other 3 kids. If they get this one, they stand to hold a couple $100,000.
So that's the ones that's done it, the ones that's got the other kids?
Yes. They're in a little group together. And I can't do this. I'm waiting on my attorney to call me back and make a statement to the press and end this because they just dug up my whole entire farm down there in Keeble's, Mom, over the weekend. They dug it up with a little backhoe and stuff, and they didn't find anything because there wasn't nothing down there to find. And now they're doing this because they figure if they post it, they'll keep us from getting jobs and stuff. Well, we don't have no money. And they didn't do their job right. There's 4 or 5 other people that are guilty, and they look guilty. I can't say that they are, but they look guilty. It wasn't Jake's fault that Sophie wasn't there.
No,
it wasn't his fault. And I thought, there's proof that she wasn't there because Hannah brought her down there. The BCI's got the proof.
I know they do, babe. I know it.
But anyway,
If he had enough proof the way he claims, he would have already arrested all of you. But he can't because he don't have nothing to arrest you with.
yes, but he is running us, Mom. We're going to be ruined.
I know it.
Anyway, I gotta call the attorney, but if you could get Nikki and Randa, anybody, probably do different last names, but anybody that knows us, you could get Dad, Jacob, Andy, somebody call in, just call a bunch of them, anybody. So if anybody that you know, if they would call in and tell them they don't know what they're, I mean, or even neighbors, Mom, our neighbors, they swore to us, our neighbors hated us. We talked to them before we left. They all stood up for us. Every one of them. They said there's no way, their profile is wrong, it could not have been us.
Well, that's what, I mean, it's obvious, and if you listen to them talk, it's obvious, because they stutter on themselves.
The 10-minute period, and so did the boys. But if the tip line that's on that news thing, I can send it to you if you need it or give it to you. But if you guys can call, get as many people as possible.
The tip line on the news. How do I get that number?
Hang on for you.
Let me get a pencil. You got it?
It is 1-855.
Okay.
224.
Okay.
6446.
1-855-224-6446.
Yep, that's it.
Okay.
And it's just a tip line. It'll get like operators or the people that maybe you might get a UCI operator. I don't know.
Well, I'll call them and tell them they need to retract it because that's not right.
Okay. Well, I'm going to go and try to, I don't know, figure something out.
You guys take care and be careful, all right?
All right, love you.
You too. Bye.
Okay, and can you tell us, that was initially, which two people were initially talking?
Angela Wagner and Rita Newcomb.
And at the end, the male voice that came on to provide the phone number?
Jake Wagner.
Okay. And what phone was Angela using when she was talking to her mother?
Jake Wagner's phone.
I'm going to approach you with what's been marked as State's Exhibit WW17B. If you could look at that and tell me what that is, please.
This is a transcript of the portion of the recording of call number 2024 that was just played, a conversation between Rita Newcomb and Angela and Jake Wagner.
And are you aware as to whether or not Ms. Newcomb actually did call the tip line?
Yes. I know one of the Newcombs did, one of the Newcomb family members. I'd have to look back at the tips, but there was a tip received from Angela's side of the family.
Okay. And WW18?
This is call number 1733 for this line. It took place on June 20th, 2017 at 1750. It is a voice call from George Wagner's phone to Billy Wagner's second phone. I shouldn't say second phone, but the second number that we intercepted. It was a order that was later signed when they were in Alaska. On this particular one, Angela Wagner is using Billy Wagner's phone. The context of this call is, the notes are George and Angela begin to discuss BCI visiting Mamaw, Rita Newcomb, George Wagner's grandmother.
Okay. And if we could please play WW18A.
tried Randy's phone, I've tried Lexi's phone and everything, nobody's answering, going straight to voicemail. I'm assuming because they ain't got service, but Mamaw said if she got a hold of him, that she'd tell him. So I'm going to keep trying, maybe one of us will get him.
Well, that's fine. I talked to Mom, too. I'll tell you all about it whenever you get here. I don't want to talk about it on the phone, okay?
Well, if they do something else with Mamaw,
Yeah, they went down there today, Brian and that Jeffrey, that fat shitty guy.
they done something to her again.
They went down there. I'll tell you whenever you get here. How long before you guys get home?
I'm going to come home before I go get the stuff at the store.
Oh, well, please, George, honey, don't. Are you telling me you haven't made it to the store yet?
No, Mom, we just got out of the license bureau.
All right, well, look, just go get the stuff at this store, okay?
I can't get the mask because it's pouring down the rain.
God, whatever, it's okay.
But I'm going to come home with the stuff that's me and Jack go to Walmart.
Why would you do that? That is a waste of gas.
It's a waste of what, Mom? A shot glass or fuel?
Whatever. I gotta go, George. I'm half dressed. I gotta go.
All right.
Kenny, what's been marked as State's Exhibit WW18B, if you could tell me what that is, please.
This is a transcript of call number 1733 that was just played, the conversation between George and Angela Wagner.
Okay, and once again, does that audio capture the phone conversation that occurred on that date and time between George and Angela Wagner?
Yes.
And was intercepted?
Yes.
Your Honor, I don't know. I know, not sure they've actually been sitting in the jury box long, but it is probably lunchtime. I don't know if the court.
Yeah, this would probably be a good time to break. I mean, assuming that it's for you. Defense counsel has no objections to taking lunch breaks and all that. It is 20 till 1, so we will be in recess until 20 till 2 of 1 hour. At that time, the jury will assemble at the jury room. While you're on recess, you're not to discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else, not to permit anyone to discuss this case with you or in your presence, not to form or express an opinion concerning the case, do no research at all concerning the facts or the law of the case from any source at all, do not read, view, or listen to any reports or accounts of the case from any source at all, and have no contact with any of the participants in the case, including parties, counsel, and witnesses. Does counsel for either side have anything before we recess? We are then in recess until 20 till 2. You are to assemble at the jury room at that time. Is counsel for each side ready to have the jury brought up?
Yes. Yes, Your Honor.
WW18B.
Calm.
Just up in 1738, 2128.
Got kind of 1733.
You may all be seated. Is the state ready to resume questioning with Ms. Osage?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is the defense ready?
Yes.
You may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, I believe we just finished WW18. I think B I had handed you and you had identified as being the transcript for that call
Yes.
occurring between George and Angela, correct? Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. WW19, please. Okay, and can you tell us what we are looking at here?
This is call number 2128. From this particular line, the call took place on June 20th, 2017 at 19:05. It was a voice call from Jake Wagner's phone to Randa Hughes's phone. The context, Randa Hughes being Chris Newcomb's significant other, fiance, I believe, so cousin to Jake and George Wagner. The context notes here say Jake calls to tell Randa Hughes to remind Chris Newcomb he is not required to talk to law enforcement.
Okay, and if we can play WW19A, please.
Hello?
Hey, Randa.
Yeah.
Hey, it's Jake. Hey, tell Chris, and this is good for you too, tell Chris that Memo called instead of BCI talked to her again. But just remind Chris that by law, he is not required to talk to any authorities about a warrant.
Okay.
So he does not, basically he can do what Uncle Danny did. If they wanted to ask Uncle Danny questions, Uncle Danny cussed him out and told him to get the F off his property, and that's exactly what he did. So if he wants to, if he wants, he can tell him to put harassment of the whole family, including us. Other than that, we don't have to talk to him.
Okay.
And make sure he uses the word harassment too, because that's what they are.
Okay, I will.
But other than that, the bank mailer told us that they was actually looking for Chris to talk to him.
Yeah, they was.
Okay, well, yeah, just tell him that he doesn't have to talk to him, and it's probably better if he didn't.
Okay.
But anyway, that's what's I'll tell you guys that.
All right, so I didn't answer your guys' calls earlier. My phone was dead, and I had to help make you out.
Oh, that's okay, Randa. It's not a problem. But
Okay.
anyway, tell Chris that we enjoyed, we got a license change today, and I failed my test the first time, so, yeah, I failed my license. If it's written test, yeah, I failed it.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah, it was a hard question. It was about alcohol, and I know nothing about alcohol, so I failed. But anyway, I got a couple more phone calls to make, so I'll talk to you guys later.
All right.
All right, bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay, and again, that is a conversation between Jake Wagner and Randa Hughes?
Yes.
Okay. And does that audio fully capture the call that was made on June 20th of 2017 that was intercepted by you guys?
Yes.
And what's been marked as States Exhibit WW19B. If you could look at that and tell me what that is.
This is the transcript to the recording that was just played, call number 2128.
WW20.
This is call number 5178 on this particular line. It took place on July 15th, 2017 at 20:58. It is a voice call from George Wagner's phone to Randa Hughes's phone, and in this particular instance, Chris Newcomb, her significant other, was using Randa's phone. The context notes say George calls to tell Chris Newcomb not to talk about George or Jake to anyone anymore.
And if we could please play WW20A.
Everybody be quiet.
George.
Hey,
Hello.
will you do me a big favor? Anybody that mentions anything about me or Jake or anything, don't talk to them about it anymore. Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Over house.
All right, bye.
Okay. And again, that was George Wagner calling Chris Newcomb, or calling Randa Hughes's phone.
Yes.
Speaking to Chris Newcomb.
Yes.
Okay. And does that fairly and accurately capture the conversation that was intercepted and recorded by you guys in 2017?
Yes.
one's been marked as State's Exhibit WW20B. If you could look at that and tell me what that is.
That is the transcript to call number 5178 that was just played, conversation between George and Chris Newcomb.
Okay. And WW21?
This is call number 5183. On this particular line, it took place on July 15th, 2017 at 20:59. It is a voice call from George Wagner's phone to the Newcomb landline. In this case, it was used by Chris Newcomb. The context of the call, the notes are George calls to tell Chris Newcomb not to talk about George or Jake to anyone anymore. Then the previous call, Chris had instructed George to call the landline, and this is the Newcomb landline.
Okay. And are you able to tell the time this occurs approximately 1 minute later?
Yeah, 5178 was at 20:58, and 5183 is at 20:59. So.
Okay. And if we could please play WW21A.
If you shoot it, I'm taking it away.
What am I shooting?
Not you, I was talking to Vine. Anyways, don't talk
Hey, do you hear about Danny?
anything about us or what's going on or the stuff that I sold before I left and stuff. Nobody.
What are you talking about?
Because Randy went down there talking to my grandfather and told him that he was helping you with that truck and wanted to know where all them guns and ammo that me and Jake sold and stuff was before we left.
He asked me about your papa having all them guns, all them old guns. So I had no idea that he sold them.
Well, he told Papa that you told him that me and Jake sold them and he wanted to know where they went.
No, Randy, the only guns he asked me about was them old guns Grandpa had, them old rusted up things.
You know.
Those ones that was all back there in the back.
He was trying to get Papa to tell him where all them ones that me and Jake sold before we left. I don't know why the heck he wants that unless he's trying to get that freaking reward, which he ain't going to get because BCI left them ones.
No, the only guns he even asked me about was your grandpa's. He didn't ask nothing about yours.
Well, Papa said that he told him that he was asking you about them, and he told him to ask Grant.
No, I mean, that's the only guns he asked about was them old junky guns that your grandpa had back there forever.
Yeah.
The other ones that was so rusted up and useless.
Yeah, ones wouldn't even shoot.
Yeah, those ones. And when he had all that big bunch of ammo.
I don't know, just heads up stuff. If they ask anything, just say, I don't know.
No, there ain't no problem. Did you hear about that?
Okay, and again, that was a phone conversation between who?
George Wagner and Chris Newcomb.
Okay, and does that audio recording fairly and accurately depict that portion of that conversation that occurred on July 15th of 2017?
Yes.
Handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit WW21B. If you could also look at that and tell me what that is, please.
This is a transcript of the portion of call number 5183 that was just played between Chris Newcomb and George Wagner.
Okay. And is that the extent of the audios from the 2017 intercept warrants that, well, I wouldn't say that all of those, that there aren't more that were identified as pertinent, but that were selected for presentation today?
Yes.
Okay. And Ms. Eveslage, can you tell us, first of all, did you ever attend a course specifically regarding interception warrants?
Yes, there's a class called Electronic Surveillance at the Peace Officers Training Academy, APATA. It's a statewide training academy. It's in our internal, within my unit's training schedule. I attended it in 2015, I believe, and it was a 2-day course learning about the necessary court orders needed to obtain the interception warrants, the objectives, things like that, and just kind of the general knowledge about electronic surveillance.
Okay, and how long is that course?
2 days. And there's a written portion at the end of the course.
Okay. And have you participated in other interception warrants?
Yes.
Approximately how many would you say you have?
I just counted the other day. I've participated in or monitored on 9 unique intercepts.
Okay. And can you tell us, as part of interception warrants, is it common for investigators to conduct various investigative activities in order to continue to keep the individuals talking about the crimes or the offenses?
Yes.
Okay. And was that something that was done in this case as well?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I would like to focus your attention now to a different task other than the interception warrant. And specifically, I know, again, you've testified previously that you often are asked to go through various records or documents that have been previously obtained. And I would ask you if one of your tasks in this case was to go through the contents of a laptop that was recovered from the Wagners at the Montana border.
Yes.
Okay.
Objection as to which
Any questions?
Objection as to which way.
Do you intend to ask further questions about the laptop? Or?
Yeah, I mean, was that laptop recovered from the vehicle belonging to the Wagners?
Yes.
And they were all together in one vehicle, is
Yes.
that correct? Okay. Turning your attention to some of the items you looked through, and just go ahead and tell us the various things that you did look through on this particular laptop.
So there were all kinds of items on the laptop itself. There is internet browsing activity. There were hundreds of thousands of images on the laptop itself. Some were kind of just junk, system images. Some were, pictures from Apple devices that were transferred to the laptop. There were also backups of previous iPhones belonging to Jake Wagner that were of special interest. Any activity that you could do on a computer was something that we were hoping to look at.
Okay.
In general.
Were there backups from other devices as well?
Yes, there was an old iPad mini. I believe at one point that was used by Hannah Rhoden when she lived with the Wagners. And there was an older iPhone, I believe, but I don't recall right now who used that.
Okay. And can you tell us, were there also screenshots located on that device?
Yes, we located over 1,300 screenshots of Facebook communications found in the pictures on the laptop. It appeared that there were thousands of images that were all labeled how you would expect any Apple device to name the file name on the picture, so it would say IMG _ and then a number. So there's thousands of them that were screenshots from an iPad. You can see on the top where you would see, like on the older iPads, you could see it says iPad and then a Wi-Fi symbol, a timestamp in the middle, and then like the battery on, level on the right. So there were thousands of these screenshots of Facebook communications, and as well as all kinds of other screenshots in the pictures portion of the laptop.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and ask you to pull up, I guess, XX. Okay, and what are we looking at there?
This is just a cover sheet. BCI item 62 was the numbering system for our cybercrimes unit. This particular laptop is an HP MV laptop. It was just given item 62 for evidence collection purposes.
Okay, and then XX2?
So as I mentioned previously, we uncovered more than 1,300 screenshots of Facebook Messenger conversations in the pictures portion of the laptop. These were communications on Facebook Messenger that appeared to have come from Tabitha, her mother, conversations involving Hannah Rhoden, all kinds of Facebook Messenger conversations. There were also searches within the Messenger conversations for particular names like having to do with the Wagners, so Angela or Bullvine or Wagner, or just different, different names or terms that would be associated with the Wagner family. There were screenshots of those as well, along with the results that were, if any, were available in the content of the messages. As well as over 300 screenshots of just Hannah Rhoden's conversations with either Tabitha or Tabitha's mother, Tess. And those screenshots were taken from about July of 2015 to April 21st, 2016.
Okay. And you indicated there was more than 1,300 screenshots of Facebook Messenger. And again, can you describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, is Facebook Messenger a private conversation or is it a public conversation?
It's a private conversation.
Okay. And specifically, I think you indicated it was Tabitha and her mother. What is her mother's name?
Patricia Tess, I think her Facebook profile was Patricia Tess Ruggles. I believe she uses other last names as well.
Okay. And then you said there were at least 300 of those, or more than 300 of those, that were screenshots of Hannah Rhoden's conversation on Facebook Messenger, and that was specifically with either Tabitha or Tess, correct?
Yes. There were also screenshots of Hannah's profile or posts or pictures, as well as like Corey Holdren's pictures, posts, things like that, like tagged images. There were screenshots of other Rhoden family member posts that would have been either publicly available on Facebook or privately available with if you were friends with the person. So there were just different types of screenshots, not only just conversations on Messenger, but also posts, anything that was posted on someone's profile.
Okay. XX3.
This was a screenshot we identified after reading the Facebook conversations. I've previously testified in regards to this message between Hannah Rhoden and, it says on the profile, Patricia Tess Howard, which was another last name used by Tess. So in this message, in this conversation, Hannah says, "I won't sign papers ever. It won't happen. They will have to kill me first." And you can see on the right side of the content of the conversation, there's a timestamp for each of the messages. And the last message that in the screenshot there is at 8:45 p.m. And there was a screenshot of this particular conversation taken at 9:16 p.m. So fairly soon after the conversation took place.
Okay. And you had the message sent 8:38 p.m. Is that a different message, or?
That's the "I won't sign papers ever" message. That one was of particular interest, obviously.
Okay. And then the 8:45 was the response from Ms. Howard?
Yes.
Is that correct? Okay.
Yes. And you can see up at the top where it says facebook.com, there is a timestamp on whatever device was taking the screenshot. So it's 9:16 p.m. is where we got that, as well as the information from the picture on the laptop itself.
So just a little more than a half an hour after that last message
Yes.
was sent. Okay. Okay, XX4.
Located in the browser history of the laptop itself were two specific searches of interest. These were from the search engine Bing. The first one was from April 3rd, 2016. The timestamp on it was 11:24 p.m. And the search content is forms for declaration of appointment of guardian for my children in the event of my death or incapacity. And in my previous testimony, we've covered paperwork that was titled in the same fashion. And also the printing stamp on the bottom and the URL indicated that it was printed on April 3rd, 2016. So this is the same time frame as the paperwork that we recovered that was printed. The second search was on April 4th, 2016 at 12:39 p.m. And the content of the search was, "I need a sample form for guardianship for my child in case of my death in Ohio." And those were two 2 items of interest from the Internet Explorer history on the laptop.
Okay. And was it also discovered that on April 3rd of 2016 that those documents were in fact printed from this device?
Yes, one of our cybercrimes analysts determined, based on their specific knowledge of how that works with,
Basis is.
She's testifying about somebody else's work.
Well, maybe there needs to be more foundation for this.
Okay. How did you learn whether or not that was printed on that date?
From a cybercrimes analyst.
Okay. Did they show you the indications of that on the device itself?
Yes. Yes, there was something called the print spool that was a record kept in the computer itself, and that indicated that the form was printed on April 3rd, 2016 from that device.
Okay. And then XX5?
This is a cover sheet indicating I'm transitioning here for the iPhone backups that were found on the laptop. So what was uncovered on the laptop was, before iCloud became more widely used, you could plug your phone in, and you could still do this, but you could plug your phone into the computer and back up all of the content of your phone onto a computer, and then if you got a new phone, if you lost your phone, or if the contents were somehow corrupted, you could load all of the content that you previously had put on the laptop or a computer, whatever device you've loaded it, back onto your iPhone and have all of that data recovered. So there were portions of, I believe, 3 different iPhone backups for Jake Wagner's iPhone that were recovered as part of the search of the laptop.
Okay. XX6?
These were Google searches that were recovered from the 2 main iPhone backups. They're designated here on the left. This is the identifier for the backup itself. It's just like the shorthand notation for what backup it came from. The Google searches here, in particular, the first 4 and the last 2 are all in reference to Colt 1911-22 related searches. The first 4 are on June 17th, 2015, Colt Railgun 22, Colt 1911-22 Railgun clips, and then the last 2 on April 8th, 2016, Colt 1911-22. And then another search within this occurred on April 4th, 2016 for a term solvent catcher. And when you type solvent catcher into Google or any other search engine, in my particular experience, I typed it into Google and was redirected, did you mean solvent catcher? And it gave results for a solvent catcher or a solvent trap. It's an item, cylindrical item that you can be used to clean a firearm. But there are also related searches. And
This is publicly available, Your Honor, and she is testifying as to where that search takes you.
Well, all overrule the objection, but testify.
so when you're doing the Google searches, it brings up solvent trap kits, solvent catcher. There's different, interchangeable terminology. But if you scroll down, there are other related searches that Google provides. And for instance, one of them can a solvent catcher be used as a suppressor? Is a solvent catcher or trap illegal? Those types of searches.
Okay. And again, these were all searches that were of interest to you and the investigators on the team, correct?
Yes.
Okay. XX7?
These were additional Google searches from a backup of Jake Wagner's iPhone. These in particular are all related to Alaska, and they all took place in April of 2016 prior to the murders. So starting from the top, 6 acres, Alaska real estate, Alaska homes, Alaska farms, how much does lumber cost, a lumber store, Lowe's information, internet in Seward, Alaska, Alaska snowboarding, Alaska parades, just different Alaska-related searches prior to the murders.
XX8.
This was a Google search on April 21st, 2016 at 2306, found in the Google searches, so the night of the homicides. And the content of the search was Boondock Saints 2 Ding Dong Scene. And we've linked a video of what the results you get when you search for this scene on YouTube.
Okay. And if you can go ahead and play that.
Spirito Santi.
Ding dong, motherfucker! Ding dong!
Fucking A. Shut it.
And you indicated the date was 4/21/16, and 2306 is what time of night?
11:06 p.m.
And XX9?
These are additional Google searches following the homicides related to press releases and the murders themselves. So, starting from the top, Pike Co. Ohio press release, Pike Co. Ohio News, Pike County Murders, Jake Wagner, Victims of Violent Crimes Fund, Jake Wagner Topics. Topics was a discussion website that was publicly available. There was a large discussion chain with thousands of pages related to the murders. Corey Holdren and Hannah Rhoden, and all of these searches took place after the murders.
Okay. And XX10?
This was a photo uncovered from the iPhone backup of one of Jake's iPhones. The picture itself was taken on January 31st, 2015, and it's a Colt 1911-22.
And I'm going to call that particular slide XX10A, and then I'm going to hand you what's been marked as XX10B as in boy. And if you could just tell me, is that the same image as what you have depicted in your slide?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Now, in your slide, there's a date in the upper right-hand corner. Is that something that you have placed there?
Yes, and as well as the, you can barely see it on the bottom here, but just the image name from the laptop itself.
Okay. Image _ 0142.
Yes.
Correct? Okay. And XX11A?
This was an additional image uncovered from Jake Wagner's iPhone backup. It was an image of a hand holding what appears to be the same firearm from the previous image. This one was taken on June 15th, 2015. And again, the image name, image _ 1504 from the laptop.
Okay. And again, that date is something that you placed on there?
Yes.
Correct. Okay. I'm going to approach you with what has been marked as State's Exhibit XX11B. If you could look at that and again tell me, is that the same image that is shown on the screen and marked as State's Exhibit XX11A?
Yes.
Okay. And these are all images that, or those both are images that you located on that laptop that was a result of an iPhone backup belonging to Jake Wagner.
Yes.
Correct? Okay. I have no other questions, Your Honor.
Defense may cross-examine.
Good afternoon, how are you? Good to see you again. I have some questions. Those last two images we just saw, XX10 and XX11, I think 10A and 11A.
10B and 11B.
I'm sorry, let me look at those. I don't want to misidentify. XX10B and XX11B, you're saying that's the exact same gun?
It appears to be in the picture.
Well, let me ask you this. XX10B, that appears to be a very light sand-colored metal on the gun. Is that true?
I think color is open to interpretation, or it's very subjective.
Could we put XX10B on the screen, please? Okay, this is XX10B on the screen is the same as the document I'm showing you, is that right?
Yes.
All right, and what's the background color there, would you say?
A beige carpet.
All right, and would the barrel of the gun be very similar to that beige carpet?
Seems to be fairly similar. That appears to be inside carpeting. The second picture is outside with natural light. I think different lighting can have effect on colors, on the appearance of colors.
Sure, let's look at XX11B next. And that's what you were just talking about. This is an outside photograph, right?
It appears to be, yes.
And would you agree with me that the color of the gun appears much different than the previous photo?
I mean, it looks different, but I would attribute that to being an inside versus an outside picture. Colors can look different.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, you testified this morning about a few things, so I'd just like to make sure I understand what you were talking about. So you're part of the team that goes out west and ends up in Alaska at the border, correct?
Not in Alaska, I was in Montana.
I'm sorry, Montana.
Yeah, Montana at the border.
My mistake. You were part of the team that first went to North Dakota, then went to Montana.
Yes.
All right. And what was your function on this team when you went out there?
Myself and the other analysts assigned to the case went to the border to provide analytical support in preparation for the interviews that were planned to be conducted.
What do you mean by analytical support?
We had access to and knowledge of all kinds of different data from cell phones and messages and different things that may have been important to cover in an interview.
Okay. Did you participate in any of the interviews?
No.
And while Mr. Wagner George over here and his family members were being interviewed, that's when the two listening devices were installed on their vehicle. Is that correct?
That's my understanding, yes. I wasn't a part of that, but I had knowledge of that. That was the plan.
That was the plan.
Yeah, it was not right there when that happened.
Right. Get these people out of the car, separate them, give us time to put these listening devices into the vehicle, correct?
That was my understanding of the plan, yes.
Okay. And there were two separate listening devices, if I understand you. One was kind of a body wire type thing that was installed in the vehicle. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And that was kind of one of the local law enforcement's suggestions. Is that fair to say?
I'm not sure where that originated from. I wouldn't.
Fair enough. Was that on constantly? Do you know?
I didn't have access to that right then. I don't know when it came on, or I don't know that time frame.
Okay. Was that different than the device you brought from Ohio to install?
I mean, the foundation of the device itself, the type is completely different. I don't know any specifics about that device. I don't, the identifiers or what it is.
Okay.
Just generally, I have knowledge of it.
Okay. Did you listen to anything that was recorded on that particular device?
I did after the fact, but not at that present time, no.
Okay, when did you listen to items from that device?
From the body wire, I can't say for certain, I don't.
Okay, do you know how long it remained in the vehicle?
I don't recall it off the top of my head. That wasn't something that I had prepared for this testimony, so I don't.
Okay, I mean, was it there for a month, 2 months, 3 months? Any idea?
That would just be speculation.
Okay, fair enough. You don't want to... Now, the Ohio device, you brought along a specific device to install into the vehicle.
Our tech ops agent, yes.
Yes, your tech ops. And as I understand it, correct me if I'm wrong, but as I understand it, that device is basically a transmitter of sorts. Is that correct?
I mean, I think that's a fair description of it. I mean, you had to use a phone at the listening post to call into it.
That's what I'm getting to.
You had to activate it to record and provide information for us. It had a cell phone number that could be called, and then you would record and transmit information from there. But I don't know of like exactly how it works specifically.
Understood. You're not the tech person.
Yes.
But the way that device worked is once it was installed to be activated, someone had to call a specific phone number to that device to activate it.
Yes.
All right. And then that call originated from Franklin County. Is that right?
Yes.
From the wire group.
Yes.
All right. And then whatever is being listened to is recorded in Franklin County, correct?
So it was minimized. It was not recorded. If it was deemed pertinent or needed, further attention, then it was recorded.
So not everything was recorded, even though when the device was activated, not everything was recorded.
Right. I mean, you had to call into the device, so
Right.
it was up to the monitor themselves to make that call, and there may have been gaps in between calls. I don't.
Sure. So do you know, concerning the various recordings we've listened to today so far, were you the person calling in on each of those?
I was at the border, so I was not one of the initial monitors. We were coming back from the border. We were processing information. I wasn't one of the initial monitors, and I can't recall for sure if I was one of the monitors at the tail end when we got back from the border.
Okay.
I may have, but I'd have to look at the monitoring schedule and records.
Sure. And with respect to the device installed in the car, what we've seen so far was from May of 17, so pretty much right after it was installed. Is that right?
Yes, I mean, as soon as they departed the border, my understanding is the monitors attempted to make contact with the device.
Sure. So with respect to the Ohio device, a call has to be placed in to activate it, right?
Yes.
And then the person placing the call decides what to listen to and what not to listen to.
Yes, that's the role of the monitor.
That's the role of the monitor. And if they want to listen to something, then they record it.
I mean, it's up to what has been advised by the supervising attorney, so they can't just listen to anything, but they're following the minimization instructions.
Whatever, with their rules that they have to follow. If they want to record something, they record it, correct?
Yes, and if it's minimized, it's not being recorded.
Right. So you're only recording certain things. You're not recording everything.
Correct.
Okay. Do you know how long the Ohio device stayed in this particular vehicle?
I don't remember when it was removed.
Do you know where it was removed?
I wasn't a part of that. I don't recall.
Now these devices were installed May 21st of 2017. Do you know when the Wagners arrived back in Ohio?
Again, I didn't prepare any to review that timeline. It was shortly after. I mean, they had traveled back from the border, so within a few days they made it back to Ohio. I mean, it's thousands of miles to come back to Ohio.
Sure. It was your understanding they were traveling from Alaska. They were stopped in Montana, but they arrived back in Ohio.
Yes.
All right. And do you know how long they were in Ohio before they returned to Alaska?
I don't remember.
Okay. Well, some of the phone calls, as opposed to the devices in the car, some of the phone calls that we've listened to so far were conducted, or recorded, I should say, and conducted in June of 2017.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes. So within 3 weeks of the border interviews, on late May, we were recording them in Alaska in mid-June. So within a few weeks.
Sure, so those phone calls that we've listened to so far, the Wagners are actually back up in Alaska at this point.
Yes, I mean, they're discussing, like, there were some where Jake and George were on their way back, driving separately. But yes, I mean, the intention was to be traveling back to Alaska.
Sure. Now, on the 21st of May, as these devices were being installed into their vehicle, that's when George was being interrogated inside, correct?
Each of the Wagners were kept in separate rooms in preparation for the interviews. I was around. I wasn't in any of those interview rooms.
Yeah, are you aware that George was interviewed or interrogated, however you want to call it, for about 5 hours or so before he returned to the vehicle? Are you aware of that?
It was I don't know a specific time frame, but it was a matter of hours that most of them were in the rooms.
All right. So that first recording we heard this morning, where George is in the car with his son, that's after being inside for at least 5 hours of interviews or interrogations. Is that fair to say?
I don't recall that being the same day that was the border interview. That was after the border interviews took place.
Do you know when, how much time had passed since the interviews? Do you know?
If I could refer back to the first exhibit, I can.
Please look at whatever you need to.
So the call number 360 from the Wagner vehicle wire was recorded on May 25th, 2017 at 12:57. So that would be a matter of days after. If my memory serves me correct, we were there on May 21st. So
about 4 days.
4 days after.
All right. And so, do you know how many attempts or recordings were made concerning the vehicle?
I don't have any numbers to provide. I mean, they were attempting regular calls to the device. If there would be periods, you're traveling through rural areas, you wouldn't have cell service because this was reliant upon cell service. So if you didn't have service, you couldn't reach the device. But there were monitors there making regular efforts to contact the device. But I don't have any specific. There wasn't like a schedule. Not off the top of my head.
That last call you just referenced had a number, I believe, 30 something.
360.
I'm sorry, 360. Is that numbering device of any significance? Was that the 360th call?
So there can be data sessions that will come through on the Intercept itself that aren't calls. It's just like data or transmissions. So those are all numbered by the system. It's not anything that we do. So that was just a designation from the system itself. So there could have been 360 calls, but without looking at all the prior ones, I wouldn't be able to say those were all calls.
Okay, and some of the exhibits you identified earlier today, for example, WW12 was called 1503. Does that have any significance for us? Is that the 1503rd call or?
Same principle. Each of those call numbers are by line or by the phone number that was intercepted. So those are just numbered for organization by the system. There's nothing other significant other than that, just the numbering.
Okay, it's just a numbering system. You're not saying that's the 1503rd call.
Yeah, it's not necessarily, it's not required that that's the number of calls.
Just trying to understand your system.
Yeah.
That's all. Now, you were at the border, I believe you just said.
Yes.
Were there any civilians from Ohio other than the Wagner family at the border?
Myself, a civilian analyst.
Okay, you consider yourself a civilian analyst, okay.
I'm a law enforcement personnel, but I'm not a sworn officer or anything like that.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that.
Other than individuals from our office that were, in the attorneys, myself and another analyst and the agents, there weren't any other people.
Okay, fair enough.
Other than, the local law enforcement as well at the border. I don't remember all their agencies.
From Ohio, I was talking.
Yes, from Ohio, it was BCI and Attorney General's office personnel, as well as a local from Pike County.
All right. I believe we played a portion of WW12, which is called 1503, this morning. We would ask that the entire call be played. That the entire call be played for the jury. It's not terribly long.
So
I don't have to go and do that without some work. That's why I suggested I want you guys to.
Wasn't it provided to defense?
Yes, we understood that they had the entire. They had yeah, there's one.
Yeah. Is there a speaker there?
There's not, I'll have to hook into this right
You don't have a microphone there? Or whatever's the best way to broadcast it on the crowd sound.
So while we're getting that, let me ask a couple other questions. Do you know how many phone call intercepts were made? I mean, there was a bug, or I'm sorry, there was a recording device on various phones, correct? You have identified.
It's not a device installed on the phone. It's the phone company routing communications to our network or server. There were 5 target phones that were intercepted in 2017, as well as the devices in the vehicle.
All right. So the phone calls that were intercepted in 2017, do you know how many phone calls were actually intercepted?
I don't have a number. I didn't prepare any of that for this testimony.
Fair to say hundreds?
Yeah, there were definitely hundreds.
Maybe thousands?
That would be speculative. I don't know.
Okay, there were a lot.
Yeah.
Fair to say. And so you've provided us with a handful that you wanted to present, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Judge, could we just have a short break to get this lined up? Perhaps
Yes.
10 minutes.
All right. I don't know if 10 minutes gives the jury time to do anything or not, but we will permit you to leave your seats there and go down stairs to the bathroom or jury room, or wherever you intend to go for the next 10 minutes. Again, while you're on this 10-minute break, you're not to discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else, not to permit the case to be discussed with you or in your presence, not to form or express an opinion concerning the case, to do no research at all as to the facts or as to the law of the case from any source at all, not to read, view, or listen to any reports or accounts of the case from any source at all, and have no contact with participants in the case, including parties, counsel, or witnesses. In 10 minutes, please be at the jury room. Will be brought up there by court personnel. Anything further from counsel before we recess for 10 minutes? We are in recess for 10 minutes. Maybe seated. Council wants to approach. how is this going to be played? Is it over here with that mic picking it up?
They jumped it over to our stuff.
Oh,
So
all right,
it
okay.
should play just like everything else.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. This morning you testified about States Exhibit WW12, which was identified as call 1503. Do you remember that?
I'm looking at the transcript right here, with 12B, yes.
Okay. And there was a portion of that played, is that right?
Yes.
All right. Do you know approximately how long the entire call is?
At the top of the transcript itself, it has the identifiers from the system, and it lists 1343.
All right. If we could have the entire call played, Your Honor, and we would we'll later identify this as Wagner Exhibit 25, the entire call, 1503.
And state objects to it, is that right or not?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So the objection's over, this defense may play the
Yes.
balance.
Hello? Hey, let me talk to Mom real quick. Okay, she's down school with kids. Are you going to be there? I'll have to call you back. No, you just tell her, hang on, I gotta catch my breath. They've been down there 3 times since every time. And each time they called Dwayne and gave him a courtesy call saying they didn't need permission to be down there. That's bullshit. Right. Well, you know what? I don't think they got a search warrant, so I don't think the judge would give it where they done last time. Didn't find anything. Yeah. And I think that's why they're doing it down there and not at Granny's. And Granny told them to take a hike afterwards, basically. And the judge won't give you another search warrant. And down there, see, Dwayne don't live there. And they think they can just get away with saying we don't need it. And Dwayne won't come from Cincinnati to tell them to take a hike. Yeah. But they told Joe that they were searching for buried firearms and buried bullets. Fucking idiots. Yeah. There's a Taco and a Bobcat down there digging up everything. Where are they digging at? All around the barn by the house, all around the back side of the house, all through the hog blocks by the hog huts. There's enough scrap on down there to keep them busy. No, I know. They're digging up all around the garage that we had half built because of where it had all that new fill raised up. They're digging all of it. They're a bunch of idiots, but that's okay because this here, where they're doing all this about search warrant and everything, we're going to tell the attorney that. And where all these people on Facebook have been walking all over that place and all over them barns saying this, they must be guilty. Who's to say what these motherfuckers don't put down there? Yeah, 32 them motherfuckers. Really, I love them. Well, what they're doing, I don't know what they're doing is a load of crap. And I don't know why they even think they can get away with this. I know, but anyway, I love you. Your opinion, okay? All right. I'm going to tell you something else. We finally got to see the wild grizzly. All right. You know, we seen a wild grizzly. Jake about took out a whole herd of stone sheep. Oxen paying the bill, and then we're leaving. I'm going to stop over here at the gun store real quick, and what do you want, Glock or another Beretta? I don't know. I'll probably wait till you get down here. Go ahead, bro. Listen, I love you. Be sure you probably can't convince your driver's license. I don't have to have one. According to the guy at the border, Alaska ain't like other states. You can come here and buy what you want. Listen, I love you. Get your knowledge and sort of sleep before you try to get all the way in. No, me and Jake's been doing the same routine all the way up through here. We drive till 1 a.m., sleep for 3 hours, get up and go again. I love you. But then I was going to tell you this. The last time he broke down there in Toad River, they had the nasty bison burger that wasn't bison. Yeah. He pulled in to get fuel, and then he pulled in, the trailer brakes lit on fire, like literally on fire. So we got everything fixed on it, and then the trailer brakes weren't working. and the brake lights weren't working, and the truck wasn't doing nothing. We went. Checking fuses and wiring and everything. I said, Jake, just move over. She moved over. I cut the brake booster loose, got rid of the brake booster, got my truck, got the spare brake booster, put it on, and guess what?
It worked.
It was fixed.
Yeah.
Then we got back to the right at the edge of the Yukon, and he blew the power steering thing apart, and it blew the lid off of it. It still broke.
No power steering?
He has power steering, but he does top over a little bit and put fluid in it so they have no lid on top of it now. Somehow they pressurized and blowed it off.
Okay.
And his fuel tank, we had to take the seal out of the fuel cap because it's somehow his vent tube's plugged up in it, wrapped up the tank, and it's sucking like imploding it like the tank in the bed of the truck wouldn't get. Parts flying off of them every freaking where. They're ripped and shredded and covered in mud and dirt and grime and diesel and.
I told you so. Everybody got to drive it up there.
Yeah, well, the guy at the Canadian border, he told me for $3,800, I could have got a 53-foot container and had it all shipped for $3,800.
That's what I was thinking.
Well, the one that I called all said $10,000, $12,000. He said we called for call one. He also said like the deer heads and everything. He said for $4,000 we could have loaded it all on the yellow truck and sent it up there, including the deer heads. Because the deer heads, he said the only way that wildlife works is in our personal trailer. He said it's in a commercial trailer with a seal on the back of it. They have to bust the seal and look in. But even if there's deer heads stacked nice and neat on a pallet, that commercial trailer, they can't do nothing about it.
Yeah, well, that's good to know now.
Did Mom tell you what the Alaskan border guy said? We pulled up to the border. I thought for sure we were going to be there for 10 hours. And we went, had in task force. I said, pull over this side up there and walk inside. And me and Jake looked at each other like, oh, here we go again. So walked inside, sat down. The guy came back around, started out the door. I said, hey, the keys for my ignition is in the truck. And the toolbox keys and stuff and the trailer box lock keys are on the key ring. He said, what are you telling me for? I said, well, don't you need it? He said, you're coming out here to open it all up for me. I ain't going to do all this. Get out here. Now, Canada wouldn't let us leave the freaking office. I get out there and I unlocked the door and he looked in. He's like, yep. By the way, we're Americans. We're not Canadians. We don't do the Canadian style inspection. And he looked to the back door where his horse trailer opened, looked a couple times, looked over at the flatbed, tilted his head a little bit and said, okay, I've got x-ray vision. There's nothing in there. You're good to go. Have a nice day.
That was pretty cool.
Yeah, well, he's only been here 3 weeks. He's from Texas.
He's from Texas.
Yeah, he's from Texas. Then I told her, and he said, but I didn't ask for any wildlife or guns and ammo. And I got down there and said, no, we stole all our guns and ammo and stuff before we left. And he said, oh, how's that make you feel? I said, well, we don't feel American anymore. He said, I wouldn't either if I didn't own a gun. He said, we're going to fix that problem. He said, go right down the road, 90 miles to tow, go to the gun store. They got the world's largest selection in Alaska, and you walk in there and buy you one. Be an American. I liked it. The Canadian Border Patrol. Anyway, the Canadian Border Patrol, they took Jake's door panels off, the plastic cowl piece on the front of the truck where the windshield wipers come through, tore it out, tore all the fender wells out, tore his complete dash apart, took the gauge cluster out, stereo out, everything.
They put it all back?
Not completely right. Jake had to pop it all back together the way it's supposed to be. They tore it all completely out, combed the frame end to end, ran the dope dogs around it, took everything out of the trailers, front to back, went through it all. Then when they got done with all that, they helped us put it back together. And how else did they do? They strip searched Jake, took pictures of all of his tattoos and acted like they was going to handcuff him, and wrote down descriptions of his tattoos and questioned the crap out of him, and then took the card out of his wallet for BCI and a whole bunch of other stuff to him. And They was complete dicks.
Yeah, what did they say when you got done?
They also took all this paperwork, went through all of that, his folder and everything, which is the weirdest thing ever. They didn't touch my folder, didn't tear my truck apart, they just crawled under it and ran the dog around it. They didn't touch my folder, didn't touch my paperwork, didn't do anything, didn't question me, nothing. Didn't strip search me, didn't search me at all. So,
That's an asshole.
well, what I'm saying is that right there proves that BCI called them and had that done deliberately. And that deliberately had it done to Jake.
Yeah.
If it was just protocol, they'd have done what they did to Jake to me too, and they didn't. And this is what I told Jake, because Jake, I think Jake was kind of wigging out because they were doing it again, basically. But I sat in there for 10 hours, Dad. Now 10 hours, I'm sorry, I watched everything and every one. 10 hours worth, the one guy that was on Jake's thing, because apparently we ain't allowed to talk to each other's case officers. So like my truck had its own officer and its own group to be searched. So in the case, well, I'm not allowed to talk to his ain't allowed to talk to me. So anyway, one of the ones on Jake, I watched every officer in that place. Every single one of them. Everyone looked similar to each other, the men, the women, they all had like similar Canadian facial structures. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
They all had the Canadian accent, they all talked like Canadians, they all said like normal Canadians. They just didn't say A or anything. They just talked normal, but talked like Canadian. Well, one of the ones on Jake's, he looked identical to a Southern Ohio man, but he's wearing a Canadian Border Patrol uniform. He did not have a Canadian accent, but he said every single word he said A at the end of it. But he did not have a Canadian accent. Perfectly clean, didn't look like he'd been working hard all day, nothing. Which, you know, that's given. He might not have. He might have just been, you know, taking it easy for the day. But, you know, the one difference that threw everything off to tell me that I think he was a BCI officer, out of 70-some officers in that Canadian Border Patrol, I watched every one of them come and go. Every one of them had a Smith & Wesson 9mm attached to their side, except for that one. He had a Glock.
Well, anyway, don't worry about
Every
it.
Canadian Border Patrol we've been through has packed Smith & Wesson. You know what BCI carries?
Yeah, no, don't worry about it.
I'm just saying, they carry Glock.
Yeah, but don't worry about
They
it.
did throw a fit about your bulletproof vest plates.
What about
About them bulletproof vest plates in there. They wanted to know where the rest of the plates was, and they wanted to know where the vest was. I told him, so I don't know where the vest is. I know my dad had one, but I don't know where it's at. I've never seen it. I just know the plates are here.
Yeah, the BCI's got it.
Well, I didn't know they had it, so. They were being dicks, and then, something else I was going to tell you. I forget what it was. Oh, there's a great big cattle farm for sale in the bottom half of British Columbia. It's like 3,000 acres.
Fucking Canadians.
I agree.
But anyway,
the guy at the border said, we don't do Canadians. He said, just for that, is it for what they did to you, they did that to Americans. He said, the next Canadian that comes through, I'm going to search them for 10 hours. I loved it. Only Texas would do that. Okay, I'll just tell you.
Yeah,
Texas don't take no crap.
Yeah, well, listen, I love you. Get you some sleep and move on down the road.
I'm not going to sleep. We're going to be like, I'm 500. You don't want me to go ahead and get you one now?
Yeah, I'm positive. I love you.
I'll talk to you when I get down there.
Hey, listen, that's what might be the hardest. Be careful.
Oh, hey, I forgot to tell you, I found you a truck down there in Wasilla.
All right, what is it?
It's a 90, I think it's 95, single cab Dodge. It's like this was, but it's got a 5-speed in it, 160,000 miles, 4-wheel drive, and
That'll work.
It's not rotted out or anything, but it's got a flatbed on it.
That'll work.
He wants $6,000 for it.
Yeah, I like flatbeds. Well, anyway, listen, I love you. You be careful. I'll see you here in a little bit. Listen to me. You hear me? Hey, if you get to sleep at the ground and pull over for
I will. Me and Jake ain't tired. Jake is, you might be, you know, he ain't on the drop.
Yeah, all right. Well, listen, I love you.
Yeah,
Be careful. All right.
Bye.
that was a complete phone call, 1503, is that correct?
That's how it was labeled on the recording, so I believe it's the entirety.
Okay. And if we could have WW15, which is call 1586.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to conclude. Some things that we do don't involve injury. We're going to conclude this hearing for today and begin it again tomorrow morning. You'll be going home. Do not discuss this case until you're back here tomorrow morning. You're under the same admonition you've been under. Do not discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else. Do not permit this case to be discussed with you by anyone or in your presence by anyone. Do not form or express an opinion concerning the case until it's finally submitted to you for deliberation and verdict. Do not do any research at all from any source at all concerning this case, either as to the facts or as to the law. Do not read, view, or listen to any reports or accounts of the case from any source at all, and that would include, of course, newspapers, television, or radio, but would also include internet sources, Facebook, social networking, or anything like that. And have no contact with any of the participants in the trial, including parties, counsel, or witnesses. 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, you're to be present at the jury room to be brought up there from there by court personnel. You're going to be leaving the notepads on your seats. You're going to be wearing your badges home back tomorrow morning. Now, does counsel for either side have anything you wish to put on the record before we recess, at least as far as the jury is concerned, we send the jury home?
No, thank you.
Anything further from the state today on the record?
No, Your Honor.
Then we are in recess until 9 o'clock. All right, now, jury is exited the courtroom. The state played, was it 20? So we began at you played 20 tapes, is that what you played? How many?
No, there was 21 slides, but I think it was only 13 calls, Your Honor, but I can let you know that.
Oh, that's right, some of them were
Text messages.
Text messages.
And just cover sheets and stuff, so I think it was 13 calls, Your Honor.
And it's the court's understanding that defense counsel wishes to have the complete recording played on 3 more of those, is that correct?
Yes.
That would be what numbers?
Sure, Judge. It was State's Exhibit WW15, which is call number 1586, and it's 15 minutes and 53 seconds. It's a call between George Wagner and Angela.
That's 15?
15 minutes, and it's WW15.
WW15. And it's 15 minutes. All right, the other one, next one is?
The next one is WW14, which is call number 1803. It's a 13-minute and 41-second call between Jake and Angela Wagner. And then the final one is 5183, which is W21, which is a 4-minute phone call between George and Chris Newman.
4 minutes?
4 minutes and 4 seconds.
Now, counsel for each side has a transcript or of these phone calls. I do not. I assume I'll be provided one. The counsel for the state does and is familiar, I assume familiar with what these calls contain. Defense counsel has a transcript and has had a little bit of time to go over them. Well, I think we've had these exchanged a long time ago. I don't know if it's been a year, but it's been a long time. So maybe counsel could argue, and then I could look at the transcript to determine, help determine this. But these defense counsel is arguing these are relevant in some manner to some issue before the court, the balance of the tapes that were not played, the portions thereof that were not played by the state?
Yes, Judge. We're happy to provide you with our copy of the transcript if that helps, or we can provide you with the calls themselves, however the court wants to review it. As you can tell from these telephone calls are very clear, as the court can recognize. There's not really any trouble on these telephone calls, which is fortunate. But on 1586, which is the next one we wanted to play, that's a call between George and Angela. And, the problem is, Judge, that whatever excerpt the state plays, the jury is left with the impression that was the only thing talked about in the phone call. And I think that is misleading when it's a small snippet. For example, the last call, I believe they played the first 2 minutes and 20 seconds or so of a 13-minute conversation. And the jury's left with the impression that's what the call was all about. When obviously that wasn't the case. It was about many different things. So the jury needs to have a context of these calls, especially in a conspiracy case, where they're only taking out the snippets and the portions they think are relevant, when the entire recording needs to be put into context. And some of the items mentioned are relevant to other parts of the evidence in the case. And so with this next one, 1586,
Is that number 15 you're talking about?
yes, WW15, call number 1586. That's the 15-minute, 53-second conversation. I don't want to read this into the record, so to speak, and waste your time. You can either read it or listen to it. But we believe there are portions here that are important, including a statement by George where he's commenting about, I believe this is the digs, and he's talking about how people from Facebook and topics down there run around taking videos, going in and out of everything. If somebody's worried about people planting evidence, he's talking about other things. Later on, he's talking about him and Jake. And then at the very end, you heard the very end, where he's talking about buying a cricket rifle for his son. So they played the cricket rifle at the end, they played a little bit at the beginning, but they left out the bulk of it in the middle to make this conversation in any sort of context. So, we think 1586 in its entirety, all 15 minutes and 53 seconds are relevant, and the jury needs to hear that. So they can put the portions the state wants them to consider in some sort of context. With respect to 1803, which is the next one, it's 13 minutes and 41 seconds. It's a call between Jake and Angela.
That's number 14.
Yes, it's WW14, call number 1803. The state played the beginning of that, and then they stopped. And there's much more between Jake and Angela that we think the jury needs to hear to put all that into context. And it's relevant to the case. And the final one is WW21, I believe it is. State's Exhibit WW21. It's only 4 minutes long, 4 minutes and 4 seconds. It's between George Wagner and Chris, and they stopped. They played the beginning portion, but then they stopped. And we think that the whole thing needs to be complete to put it into context once again, so the jury doesn't take anything out of context. So these are the items we want to have played in their entirety. There could have been others, but these are the ones we chose.
All right, on behalf of the state, I'm sorry.
If I may, I just wanted to add one thing. I think Mr. Parker went over that, but so we heard a lot of conversation on the phone about what are they digging, what are they looking for, what's going on behind the barns. Had we heard the entire message, there would have been some discussion or some concern that the new owner, because if you recall, the Peterson Road property where the digs are occurring had recently been bought by another person, and that there was some discussion about that person not knowing that this investigation was going on, wasn't told and could potentially have some lawsuit against the Wagners for the destruction of their property. And so there was just that part that we didn't hear, but that could put the concern in perspective about digging the property.
Which call?
That's on 1586. I'm not sure, I know it's 1586, and I'm not sure what the prosecution label it has.
It's WW 15.
15?
Yes.
All right. Now, on behalf of the state, let's deal with that. Let's deal with that one first. I'm not sure what is in the transcript. Counsel is indicating that there's a discussion there about the possibility of a lawsuit because BCI is digging up a farm that was sold to the new owner. So let's deal with that one first. I mean, is that in there? And if it's in there, is it being argued that that's not relevant to the conversation?
Yeah, so 1586, I'm trying to find it, Your Honor, because that's not. So the first part of it we put in because they're discussing the rental property for the family that will be rented in George's name. That was the very narrow scope that we put in. Anything else that is not on that topic of the house going in George's name is not pertinent. And
Also,
not
that one wasn't the one that dealt with digging up the farm.
No, not at all.
Maybe
So, I mean,
is it a different one then, Mr.?
I mean, maybe later on. So, again, there's all kinds of things that are in that there may be other things in the conversation. To the extent that there is some misleading on the part of the state, you heard Ms. Eveslage say that the length of the call is on those transcripts. So, the fact that we played a 2-minute portion, some of these we played all of them, I would note for the record, first of all. But others of them, if we played a certain amount, she said it was a portion of it. And they certainly have brought out that, the length of them, so that the jury knows that there was multiple other things that were discussed at that time, that had nothing to do with what we were talking about. But there's all kinds of things that are not pertinent to anything that we put in with that particular call, right? So call 1586 is Angela and George Wagner discuss a rental property for a family that will be rented in George's name. That the amount of the call that we put in is the only part of that call that talks about that topic. So certainly I can see that, the defendant would like to put in the remainder of anything that he says, because again, that's like him being able to testify. But it's not pertinent. It does not eliminate confusion or distortion of the facts on behalf of the state. It's not like the whole rest of the conversation they talk about, well, yeah, I know you guys want to put the house in my name, but I'm not going to do that, or blah, 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 blah. It's nothing like that. I mean, and that's what it would need to be to say that we've somehow been misled with the portion that we put in, and that the rule of completeness out of fairness requires the whole thing. No, he just wants to put in the rest of the conversation. We should not be precluded to putting in relevant evidence that is damning against the defendant, because we don't want him to be able to testify as to all this other stuff without ever taking the stand. Let's see, the other one. I mean, this whole thing about being stopped by the Canadians, first of all, there's a call later where Jake says that's not even true. He's talking to his dad and says that's not even true, the way George described it. But it has nothing to do with BCI at all. It has nothing to do with this case at all. And so, and it's certainly not pertinent to any topics that we put in during these phone calls. I don't know which other ones they said. 1803. Sorry, it's, there's
1583, which is 21.
21?
Yes.
So this is George calls to tell Chris Newcomb not to talk about George or Jake anymore. Again, that is completely, they go on to talk about Danny's in the hospital and do you have his room number and all that stuff. It has
Who in the hospital?
Danny, his uncle Danny. I think it's the uncle of George and Jake. And it literally has nothing to do with Chris Newcomb not talking about George or Jake to anyone anymore. So again, like, you know, the remainder of the phone call has nothing to do with that topic. If it did, then absolutely they should be able to. Again, it's the misleading thing. It's if he says, you know, George tells him, don't talk to anybody, okay, but just give you a heads up. I just wanted to give you a heads up. Don't talk to anybody about us anymore. Don't say nothing. And then 2 sentences later, he says, I mean, unless you want to, I can't tell you not to, or I don't care if you do, or something like that. That's not what's going on here, Your Honor. It's not like we're hiding part of the conversation that is relevant to this topic and leaving the jury with a misleading interpretation of that. So again, you know, to the extent that the rest of the conversation is pertinent to what the topic that we put in, absolutely. But we did not do that in any of these calls. So again, it's just a way for the defendant to be able to introduce his testimony without taking the stand and being subject to cross-examination. So, you know, to that extent, you know, and mostly, I just want us to adopt an approach to this at this moment. Quite honestly, I mean, some of this stuff, you know, I think is damning to them. You know, so if they want to put it in, and that's, you know, that's on them. But I want us to adopt an approach now because there's all kinds of these things coming up.
All kinds of what?
All kinds of these things coming up. I mean, the 2018 Intercept wire is, you know, 4 or 5 times as much as this information that you've just heard.
And the state intends to introduce that?
Yes, absolutely, because there's extremely damning stuff against the defendant specifically. So, you know, again, I think we need to be thoughtful about our approach. And again, I know the court is extremely, you know, thorough in your examinations of all things related to evidence. But, you know, I just don't want to sit by and just, you know, suggest that this is an okay approach that, you know, 15 minutes of the conversation comes in because we played 3 minutes, and the remaining 15 minutes have 0 to do with those first 3 minutes. You know, so I just, and I think the court could see that if we, you know, if we give you the transcripts and show you what portions we played compared to the remainder. You know, they just go off on these tangents, right? I mean, this whole thing of the Canadian border, again, that has nothing to do with us. That was not the Montana border. This was when they were going back to Alaska.
And the argument for the defense is that it takes somehow the part that we played with the state out of context. Is that the argument?
That's part of the argument, Judge, and some of this relates to other evidence in the case. But, you know, they play the first 2 minutes, let's say this last phone call between George and Chris Newcomb. You know, they play the first portion of this 4-minute conversation. And it sounds like the only thing he's calling Chris about is, you know, don't say anything to anybody type of thing. All right, when that's really, was that said? Yes, we can't dispute what's on there. But when you put it in context of the rest of the phone call,
Which is what?
They talk about their Uncle Dan. They talk about who had a medical issue, it was hospitalized. All right. George talks about everybody being greedy. Who cares if they're innocent or not? They'll just get the reward money. That's how some people are. He goes, yeah, it irritates me. And then, you know, this goes on for, you know, a total of 4 minutes. But the jury's left with the impression that George is just making this call to tell Chris not to talk anymore without any context as to what else is going on in their lives. And George, you know, it is what it is. They're the ones that want to introduce this. And in fairness, they need to introduce the whole thing so the jury understands the context. And it's relevant to not only the evidence that's been admitted, but evidence that is very likely to be admitted. And, you know, I'm glad the prosecutor brought up these 2018 tapes. These are the so-called R&L intercepts from the work trial, which will be voluminous, I assume. So once again, as we stand here now, did we get all those? Yes. Hours and hours and hours and hours and hours of recordings. But we don't know which ones they're going to play.
All right, well, it's going to be hard for the court to decide whether this is relevant or not without hearing it, unless the transcripts are the parties, know what's on the tapes and you see what's on the transcripts. Are those accurate and sufficiently detailed for the court to know what's on these tapes, or do we have to listen to them?
Judge, I don't have a problem with the transcripts for you reviewing those, but I also think it's important the tone of voice in some of these things can be important when you're listening to it, because some things just don't translate to the written page. So we would ask the court to listen and use the transcript as a guide, if you like.
Well, are you going to play them here on the record for me then, or what are
We can give the thumb drive.
There's a thumb drive right here.
I mean, you can listen to it on your own time, or we
With
can
just those 4 calls.
sit here and play it.
Yeah, I think we need to also provide the court with what was played, the portion that was played by the state, right? Which
Would be in the transcript. That would be in our transcript.
kind of.
No, the one.
the whole recording is not together anyplace?
We have the whole recordings right here in the thumb drive. Yes,
Okay.
so we can pull that out, and submit it to the court. You can listen to it. We can play it here in open court. However the court wishes to do it, thinks would be best. We would like to get you at least a transcript or a portion so you can see what we did play.
I believe that was Mark, wasn't it? The portion?
What'd you say?
The portion, I think when you examine the witness, you had her identified transcript.
Yes.
We did.
Because someone did not offer.
Say it again.
We can get you the transcripts of the portion that we played, Your Honor. In addition to thunder. Just whether we're doing it in open court or whether or not we're submitting.
And I suppose that.
However you want to do it, Your Honor.
Well, we need to make a record, I think, somehow.
Right.
So if we're going to make a record, it just about have to be played here in court.
Okay.
Let me ask one thing before we play these things. As far as cross-examination is concerned, is it the state's position then that the defense cannot ask the witness whether there was additional subject matter discussed in the context of the?
No, Your Honor, I think that's perfectly appropriate to say that, this phone call was 13 minutes and 53 seconds, and you only played 2 minutes and 20 seconds of it, and that conversation occurred at the beginning of the call, correct? Yes. And there was many other things discussed on that call. It wasn't just about this. Yes.
It would
I
be.
I think that's appropriate.
It would be inappropriate for cross-examination to go as, well, isn't it true that my client said this, or isn't it true that my client said that? That's, again, just allowing the defendant to testify without taking a stand. But as far as crossing on, there's more, how much more, they ask you, questions about other topics, or he talked about other topics. I think that's fine.
Judge, the best evidence are the recordings themselves.
But they're,
This is the state's evidence that
We
they
admitted the
gathered.
portions. We admitted the portions.
All right, so maybe we need to play the portions that weren't played before, and I will listen to them now.
So this is for the record. This is 1586, which is State's Exhibit, or it was our 15.
Right. It would be our state, Wagner's Exhibit 26.
It's 15 minutes and 53 seconds long.
Hello?
Hey, sorry, I lost service.
It's all right.
Anyway, that guy there said, like, up here where he's at, he said, out here, there's no building permits, no nothing. You can build with people off, there's no inspections, no nothing.
Oh, wow. Well, anyway, where we're at, where we're getting this house at, I put it in your name. Where we're at out there, there's no one out there on that road except a welding shop.
Jake told me that. Let me ask you, is it close enough to town to run a B&B on it?
Probably.
You said there's 3 acres, didn't you?
No, there's 4.
4? Okay, well, can we like knock 1 acre of it off in the far corner after we buy it?
Well, here's how this works. She won't sell it to us. She wants to sell it for owner finance, $180,000, okay? And it's nice. And the reason she's doing it is because she can't get anybody. They call it a Morphodite house. The guy that does her work for her, because where they built over the house trailer and everything.
No, it's built over like we did.
Except, here's the thing, it looks like you built a real nice cedar house with the cedar siding that lays on its side, you know?
Yeah.
Looks like you built one of those and stuck a house trailer through the middle of it because for some crazy reason they didn't go all the way to the ends of the house trailer. It'd be real easy to cover up.
Does it have the wings on the side of it? Here's it looks like you just built a little square house, like, you know, with cedar siding. They went way up. Got a full basement underneath of it that's actually livable, like a room. Yeah. And, stop it! And, but they let the house trailer stick out on each end so far because they were going to finish covering it up, and they just never got to it. But the bank will not. Listen, a couple people have tried to get loans, and for some reason, I guess because they did it that way, she's saying that the bank won't loan, they won't loan on it. So she wants to sell it as an owner finance. But here's what she wants to do. She's had several people go in there and say, yes, we want to do this. So anyway, she redone it. Well, anyway, here's what she wants to do. She wants us to, I leased this for a year, so we're going to rent it for a whole year, okay? Yeah. At the end of that year, if we still like it and don't want to leave, which we won't because it's perfect for us, then she is going to take, she wanted 25% down. She'd come down to 15%. But she said she would work with us if we really were interested in it at the end of the year. So she'll probably only want like 10% down. Okay, so like right. So here's my point. We have to give her $1,000. Go ahead. Okay. We have to give her $1,000 deposit, which that comes off of your down payment later. Okay. What I'm saying is, when they built over it, did they just build like a siding on most of it, or did they add rooms on the side of it? No, they added rooms. So basically like the old cedar house. Yes, but they didn't do the whole entire trailer. On each end, there is a section of the trailer sticking out. So they basically just built a room in the center of it. Right. Instead of finishing the 2 ends like we did all the way down. Right, but it is completely finished, like the part they added on is finished. Yeah. It's not like the end isn't OSB and the side, you know, it's completely finished. And it looks real nice and neat, and it wouldn't be that hard. It would not be hard at all to finish covering it up so you cannot see the trailer at all. But we can't do anything like that. That's what I am asking. How big is the pieces that did not get finished? Are they big enough to make another room on, or? Oh, yeah. So I can go ahead and finish it up all the way down where it looks like the old cedar house, put a porch around it. Yes. Yes? But here's the difference with this one. This one has a full basement. Okay, is it the full basement underneath the wings too, or? I don't know that. I think it's under the trailer and the add-on. Okay, how wide is that? They got a big wood, they got a big, I don't know. I sent you a picture, you didn't get it? No, I never got them. You sent them my other phone. Okay, well, I'll send you one. Have you got service right now? As of right now, yeah, but anyways, we're in Palmer right now, which is like 30 miles from Anchorage, I think. So we'll get through Anchorage, and then we'll be down there probably 2 hours and 15 minutes or so. Okay, well, listen, if you need to stop for anything, all those little stores on the Seward Highway between Anchorage and here that were closed when we came through the first time, all that stuff's open up now. Yeah, that guy said it's busy this time of year. I stopped at the... It is, but not, George, it is, it's still, it's not,
It's busy,
I know
it's still not.
I know, this is what I'm trying to tell you, though. You remember the guy we stopped on my Stewart Highway with, and got the jerky, the old man?
Yeah.
Well, that's Grandpa, okay? He just stopped
Yeah.
on the Toke Highway here and found grandson. See, the Grandpa, his son, is the one that makes the jerky. Well, Grandpa and grandson, and the elk and this hot pepper stuff, and it's so hot I can't eat it. But
Okay, where is Jake?
in front of me.
Oh.
But anyways, that kid said that he said he sells between 150 and 200 bags of that jerky a day. During tourist season.
Oh my gosh.
During tourist season. Okay? He said he sells 7 days a week because he's only up here for 5 months. He lives in Utah, the kid does.
Right.
Apparently Grandpa lives in somewhere else, and I think his dad lives somewhere else. I don't even think they all live here. They only come up for tourist season.
Okay.
But anyways, he works as a diesel mechanic in Utah at his buddy's shop all winter and comes up here and sells jerky all winter, or all summer.
Okay.
But
Yeah.
just in the summer, now I'm assuming it takes a lot to buy the buffalo and the elk and the deer and everything to butcher it. But he said that between him and his grandfather, with what they sell a day at tourist season, they make about $800,000.
Huh?
Yeah,
They make $800,000 selling jerky?
in 5 month period here.
How much do they spend buying it?
He said profit, him and his grandpa and his dad profit between 90 and 100 each per year. So they spend about $500,000 with the seasonings and the processing fees and buying the meat off the farmers, and they buy it off of elk farmers and buffalo farmers and stuff.
Right.
He said they spend about $500,000 a year on all their stuff to get it there, and their expenses for traveling and staying out here and stuff. He said they clear about 90 to 100 each.
Wow.
And then he clears another, like 70, I think he said, off being a diesel mechanic in the winter down there in Utah.
Wow, I hope nothing goes wrong when we get to stay.
I do too, because this place is a moneymaker.
I know.
I just don't want to have to leave, Mom. I'm tired, so I have to drag me out of here. I'm not doing it.
I don't need
And
to.
now Jake, he's stressed out again to go down there destroying that piece of property and scared to death that Dwayne's going to get mad at him.
Well, he can't do nothing to us, George. We have no control over that.
I know that, Mom, but still, you know, he can say that you never told me you were going to be investigated and they were going to destroy it. I mean, but we never knew, but...
Yeah, I know that, and he could sue us. I know it said, George, but it would take forever because we have no control over that.
I know that.
And I
you know what?
understand
I don't see how
that.
they have the right to go down there with a freaking backhoe and bobcat and dig everything up.
Okay, let me explain something to you. I told Jake this, okay? When they went out to Granny, whenever they came to the window, she asked them, she said, what are you doing here? You got a warrant? And that Jenny woman, that agent, that Jenny that stayed with her the last time, you know?
Yeah.
That was there. Her and a guy, and there was another car, 2 guys in it out there. Well, the Jenny and that other BTI agent, he got out and he comes to the window. They didn't let him in. They just opened that kitchen window, right?
Yeah.
Well, anyway, Granny came out of the bathroom and Robin was talking to someone through the window, and she was telling them, you know, that she was fighting with them, telling them to leave, that they wasn't welcome there.
Yeah.
So when Granny got over there, Granny asked them, said, what are you doing here? You know, do you have a search warrant? And that's what they said. Same thing supposedly Blaine said. They said, no, we don't need a search warrant. We're just here for a courtesy call. We just thought you could answer some questions for us.
Yeah, but see,
they were, now wait, here's the thing. They were hoping that she would just fall for it and be like, oh, okay, anyway, they hung around a while and tried to ask her questions anyway. And then she said, hey, look, I've had enough. You've done it, you've made me mad, you've ruined my family, you've ruined our business, you know, we didn't do anything, and you're out here harassing us. I've had enough. You don't have a search warrant, you need to leave. They didn't have no search warrant.
Did they leave? Because see, what they told Dwayne, they told Dwayne that they were giving him a courtesy call, that they were searching the place. I guess Dwayne actually had a search warrant and said, we don't really need one, but it's in the mail on its way to you. You'll get it eventually.
They can't do that.
That's what they told Dwayne.
See, they cannot do, they can't
And
do
the way
that.
he,
They just,
the first time they searched the fence then, well, that was after the first time, he still ain't got the search warrant from it in the mail. He hasn't
never
seen a
did?
single search warrant, not one.
even the first time they searched?
No, he hasn't seen no search warrant.
Well, then nothing that they get down there is permissible. There's nothing they're gonna find anyway. And nothing that they get is permissible. They have to have a search warrant.
I know that, it doesn't matter, anything that gets not permissible anyway, because they have the Manleys down there and the Rhoden, they're a bunch of dud-tards, and they had all these people from Facebook and Topics down there running around taking videos going in and out of everything, saying, here's this, here's that, I know they're guilty, I know they are. Who's to say they didn't go down there and be the ones who know what happened and who done it, and then plant something to scream, oh, they done it, I know it was them. And then the BCI got down there to find it, and they planted it.
Well, anyway, that's like I told guys too, that,
Didn't they finally place, because after we left, we were out of there for 4 days before they searched it. And now we've been out of there for over a month. There's nothing down there, even if somebody planted something, there's nothing from us. So if they do find something, somebody had to plant it. Which means it's still not permissible, because it was no longer ours and we weren't there. And we have people, and we can prove that April, Manley, and Chelsea are deliberately making up lies to try and sink Jake. So they're so vindictive, the Manleys and Chelsea is, that they were probably involved with the freaking thing, and they had evidence of it, and they deliberately went down there and planted it to try and sink Jake so they could blame it on him and get out of it themselves.
well, I don't know. We'll talk about it when you get here, but, I don't know, but I'm gonna call the attorney tomorrow and I'm gonna
You need to tell him this stuff. And tell him, you want to know even if somebody plants stuff down there, it's not going to be submissible, is it or not? You need to ask him.
I will tomorrow. I'll ask him and I'll see what he
nobody's been
says.
out there to keep people out of that freaking place, and who knows who's planted what.
Okay, hey, George, that's fine. We'll talk about it when you get here. Listen, I know I'm upset. You're upset.
They're severely ticking me off. Did Jake tell you about BCI today?
All about the car?
Yeah, but I came through the border, and like 10 miles outside of the border, I looked in my rearview mirror. And when I came through the border, there was 9 cars behind me. All pickup trucks, all looked like freaking Mad Max Warrior machines, and Burt Gummer's deuce and a half shredded by the streakers off number 2 Tremors.
Right.
Mine and Jake's truck looks like that too, I might add, with parts hanging off of them and crap falling off everywhere. But anyway, nothing nice and clean. 10 miles down the road, there's little shiny, like, dark charcoal gray car with dark black windows that's got slowly creeping along behind me. If I slow down, it slowed down. I kept looking because my mirror was dirty. I couldn't see it real well, so I cleaned my mirror off. When I looked back, I could barely see it because it was fairly far back. And I'm like, there's no other tag in America that has a red band around it. And then I looked at the back of the trailer tag on Jake. Identical, freaking Ohio plates. And this car was spotlessly freaking clean without a speck of dust or dirt on it anywhere.
Hey, listen, let me ask that. Now, there is an Alaska plate that looks like a Ohio plate, but it's not.
No, it passed me, Mom, but the minute I realized it was a Ohio plate, I hollered at Jake, told him to put his forward on and pull over real quick, and then I'd hang back. And I hung back, they passed me, and when they passed me, it's kind of like the Ricky Bobby, shake and bake thing. Jake hit his forward when I hit the brakes, and they passed me. It was too late for them to get back in behind Jake, and they passed me. Sure enough, Ohio plates. And the minute they passed, I floored it, got right back behind them, and I had to wait up on Jake. And they literally went from creeping along behind me to where they seen that I busted them. And they floored it down the freaking road. It was like 120, and me and Jake ain't seen them since. So they went from creeping along behind me to running 120 freaking miles an hour where I couldn't even keep up with them.
Yeah. Well, look, everything will be fine. I'm done some faith and everything will be fine.
I know. Well, anyways, I'll go drive back up to Coke once I get my license changed and address and stuff. Because, you know how Brian had his camo gun?
Yeah.
I have to buy another one that's camo for it, but they sell a Cricket up there at that little gun store in Coke. But it looks like a Navy SEAL sniper rifle. It's got a little tan military camo gray, some old stock on it, a little ported barrel and like extended length. But it's a Cricket. That's what it is. It's a modified Cricket.
Yeah. Hey, let me talk to Jake real quick and then I'll call you right back, okay?
Okay, well, anyway, I just wanted to tell you that I want to go buy it for him.
All right, okay, that's fine, love you.
Well, I'm curious, what's the state, why does the state feel that the statement, that the part that the state played is relevant to the case?
As far as the house being in George's name in Alaska, because in opening statements, they said he hated his family and was trying to get away from them, and that's clearly not true. And in an attempt to distance himself from the crimes and committing the crimes with them. So that's why we thought it was pertinent, Your Honor. It was going in George's name, they all four are living there. And he let them live there.
And the part that's exculpatory, you're saying shouldn't be brought in, why?
Say that again, I'm sorry.
The exculpatory portion of this, about the
Well, because the law of completeness is to make sure that the jury is not left with some misconception of the portion that we did play, right? So we talked about the fact, we didn't talk about, George and his mom are talking about the fact that the house is going to go in George's name and all the purchasing stuff and how, whatever. And quite honestly, he also says he didn't want to leave, which is not something that we played. But the jury is not left with any misconception about that portion, and none of the rest of the conversation gives context to that portion, I guess.
The other thing I'd add too, Your Honor, is if he wants to make an argument that somebody could have planted shell casings out at that scene after they left, the proper way for him to do that under the rules of evidence is to take the stand and testify to that. You can't get self-serving statements in through extrinsic evidence. The defendant can't do that. So again, the rules of evidence don't allow for that type of statement to come in under these circumstances. That Arrington case, again, is pretty spot on with how the court should look at this evidence rule with respect to just fairness of these types of statements.
All right, so, and you've made your arguments. Do you have a further argument than what you already made?
I don't think so on this one. We could go on and play Exhibit 27.
All right, so let's play the next one. The next one is what number?
That was WW14, which is call 1803, which would be marked as Wagner Exhibit 27. It's about 13 minutes long.
Hello.
Anyway, I was saying was our trucks are filthy. The car was not. The car had a woman driving it with no luggage in the car, except that there could have been a trunk, but there was a car with no luggage.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. So, about that, it was a BCI.
Probably. Did she just drive by you?
But they passed. She passed us on we pulled over on top of the hill, kind of slow pullovers that she'd get around. Kind of like we could kind of be courtesy to her. And the way she went around, she blew. Got boom, out. And then, once we seen it was a high tag, and it looked like a BCI car, it's like it's dragging away from inside my truck's engine. And we took off like a rocket. I don't know how my truck even did it. Just took off like a rocket. Even uphill. I was going 70 uphill. And we was catching up. And I kid you not. As soon as it was like, we was quiet, I'm on the phone. Anyway, we were starting to catch up. We was probably maybe not even 100 yards from her. And she, floored it. Then she went like a rocket.
Wow.
She escaped. I have no idea where she went. She escaped. And it was a rough road. And she just bounced, gone.
Oh, gosh. Well, anyway, it probably was, Jake. They're wasting 10 tons of money.
Oh, I know what they're doing, too. I know. If it was BCI, I know why she's here. You know why?
Why?
Because they're searching until tomorrow down there at the farm. That way, if they found something, she's right here to nail us.
True.
I know
True.
what you're thinking.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I've seen a bunch of crazy. I don't know if anyone's been following. I don't know if anyone's been following us or not, but every once in a while you see crazy people.
Oh, their mom. Okay.
Anyway, though, are you doing okay? I mean, you guys are all right. I know your truck's messing up, but you're all right?
We know what truck's messing up.
Well, you've had a few issues with it, but other than that, are you okay?
I ain't had very many issues, but one, the radiator exploded. What did it? And two, it was mechanic error, and the fan clutch caught the wire. They grouped it together. And then the only thing is all those bumps out through there, and the vibration caused the power steering component to fall off.
Well, I got your new parts for you. They came in today, so I stopped to pick them up. I got them in the hotel room.
Okay, well, what did you get?
AC condenser and the new fan clutch fan, however you say it.
Okay. Well, I told George to tell you not to get the AC condenser because it don't get AC.
Oh, well, you can take it back. I got the receipt.
How much was it?
You wanted it let's see, it was $241 for the clutch fan and $150 some, I think, or something like that for the AC condenser.
Okay. I mean, I don't need it right now. We can return if we need the money.
Well, I don't know, Dick, if we do or not, that's just up to you. I ordered them. They came in, I had to order them. I picked them up this morning for you to make sure that you had to have them. If you needed them, so they're here. If you need them, if you don't, that's up to you. But the other thing is, I sent that guy that application, so he should be getting back with me here any minute. And then everything will be fine, and then we'll go out there tomorrow evening and look at everything. And Sophie, though, I got to tell you something. You don't have to give her thank you. I already thank you, but she was so bad on that plane, Dick. Oh my gosh. She bit me on the plane.
Oh my.
She broke the television on the plane.
Oh my.
Yeah, they have TVs now in the back of the seat where you can watch like new releases, like new Beauty and the Beast and the Shipwreck movie. You can watch all of them, right?
Yeah.
And every seat has one. And Bourne was watching Beauty and the Beast. Then he watched the Doggy movie. Then he watched Mickey Mouse and Lion Guard and played those video games. And Sophie wouldn't leave hers alone. She still. She done that flopping and kicking and screaming on the plane. And then I tried to hug her and everything, and she bit me and screamed that I'm hurting her to let go.
I hope you switched your butt.
I did. When we got back to the hotel, and then when the hotel, oh my gosh, we got on a taxi, and got to the hotel, and oh my goodness, we got to the hotel, and I had her on her little hour, and she would not stop trying to jerk me across the floor and stuff. So when I got to the room, I gave her a spanky. And then today, she was kind of bad all week doing the same thing the whole time. And then today we got in the taxi to come down here, and it's about 2.5 hour drive, right? Oh my gosh, she done the same thing. She pulled Wolverine's hair, hit Wolverine in the face, tried to rip the guy's credit card machine apart. It was horrible. She did the same thing. She bit me again and started screaming I was hurting her.
Did you spank her again?
Yep. Sure did. I mean, she's been mean to Boulevard. Oh my gosh, she has been so mean. And I know some of it is because, she misses you really bad and Boulevard misses his daddy and stuff, but oh my gosh, she's been being mean to him so much, it's not funny. I mean, I'm not saying not taking up for herself. I'm saying, like, she's been starting fights on purpose with him. I don't know, maybe she might just be acting out a little bit or something, but, and on the plane, I got to tell you something. If you ever buy plane tickets off of like Expedia or something like that, like I did, and it tells you the last 4 seats, Don't think they're joking. They're telling the truth. We got the last 4 seats. So can you imagine where we were?
The back.
Mm-hmm. We were on the very back. We were right next to the bathroom, which was... Did George tell you that?
Who?
BCI.
BCI was here for?
I'm pretty sure it was, well, it'd either BCI or somebody, because they were watching us. And when you get in the line to go through security, there were guys watching us in suits on the top, like the top where the business offices are in the airport. And then when we got in line to go through security, it was like, you got hundreds of people in Seattle, going through that line, right? It's like a zigzag, like loop-de-loop, okay? And you're going through it, and when you get down there to the last little section, they had an Irish setter there that was a dope dog. And they had her there with these 2 guys, and they had security tags on and stuff. I don't know if they're for the airport or not, but they had security tags on. They had that dog, and they were about 10 people in front of us. They started, just 10 people in front of us, they started taking that dog past their bags, right? Well, I had my blue bag that I had, with my medicine and stuff in it, and I tried to stick it past full line so the dog could smell it so that there wouldn't be no interruptions or anything. Well, they totally bypassed me, but when they got next to your dad, he ran the dog around Dad's bag twice. And then as soon as he went around Dad's bag, the guy that was up there at the corner waiting 10 people ahead of us said, "That's good, we don't need to do it no more, thanks."
Yeah.
So they were there.
Oh, I know. They're watching us. They're following us or whatever. Yeah, they're probably going to do it until they find somebody else to pick on.
Yeah, I would say so. But I got to tell you, something else too. I talked to the guy, that has my car, because I had to send him a copy, of the title and everything.
Yeah.
And he said nobody had been there to look at the car, and it was getting ready to Tuesday. They took it down, and it was getting ready to go on the barge. But I don't know if anybody went down there and looked at it, but he said nobody had been there near asking anything about it. But that Brenda Richardson in those stupid groups, on Facebook.
Yeah.
Well, she said some good stuff about it, and then she said some horrible stuff. She sent me a message, Facebook message last night, and said she's starting a group that's just specifically for the Ford-based, so that people can share photos of them and stuff, and they can have a place where they can go later on in life and see pictures of each other, right, as they growed up.
True that.
No one's allowed to. Yeah, I don't know. Wait a minute. No one's allowed to talk about the case or anything. It's just for fun. And she begged me to join that group, right? And she sent me a picture collage of one for Sophie that she had made and posted in that group. And I'm going to have you look at it, but she has a bunch of pictures in that I have no idea where she got them.
Okay, I'm going to find her group, and I'm going to send her a message. She's going to remove every single photo of Sophie off of that group. Well, I'm going to sue her.
Yeah, you need to do that, because she made a collage all the way. She took pictures of Sophie when she went to the hospital that day. Remember when she was down at the hospital getting ready to have surgery in that little gown?
Yeah, I know.
She has those pictures on there. She's got pictures of you in the very beginning, She's got all, it's a big bunch of pictures. There's probably 20-some photos in one little collage that she made. And she's got it posted on there, and there's, that's I haven't said nothing to her yet.
That's a public group for any person in the world to look at.
I know that. So the only thing I said to her was, I didn't know if I would join or not. I would consider it, but right now I'm so untrusting of everybody because of what they had, the ridicule and everything that they put us through, that I'm not sure, but I would let her know, because I wanted to wait, and then, I don't want to say no, because that will leave a way for us to contact her, but we do need to contact her and tell her you want them. You don't give them permission, you want them off.
No, I'm going to, and this is not going to be no polite message. I'm going to message her. Look, my mother told me you messaged her, told about this new group. Okay, I want the new group. That's okay. I'm not adding my daughter in that group. I'm not joining that group. That's a public group for the world to see. And I want every single photo you have. I don't care who else is in the photo. If it's got my daughter in, you are going to remove it and delete it. Or I'm going to sue you, or sue you for something, or I'm not going to press charges, can I?
That's like a bait in the fire.
I don't know, Jake. I don't know. It depends on where she got the photos. I don't know. That's quite okay. See, I've done some research on that because
It doesn't matter where she got the photos.
you know that crazy Heath Johnson that is, friends with you?
I'm at 60, George.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Well, Tabby's husband messaged him and told him that he was going to sue him for defamation for the bad stuff he's been saying about Tabby, and told him, said, you just keep slapping your dog, Heath Johnson.
Oh, my.
But anyway, listen, I looked up a bunch of stuff about fake, because see, Tabby turned him in for having a fake Facebook, turned him into Facebook for having a fake Facebook, and Facebook done some research and said that they don't see where it is a fake Facebook, that it meets all the requirements, and there's nothing they can do. But I looked up on there about like fake Facebooks and stuff, if you can get in trouble for them. Because that Brenda woman said that if I wanted to join the group and didn't want to use my Facebook, I could make a fake one, just tell her that what my fake one's name is, and they'll know that it's me. Now that's about weird, isn't it? But anyway, so I looked it up on that, and there's no law against having a fake Facebook unless you use it to stalk somebody or something like that.
Right. Okay, well, George is
So
going too slow, so I'm going to have to get off here.
All right, well, where you guys at?
Like 150, 180 miles or so like that average.
Okay. All righty, well.
Come on, I gotta go.
All right, love you too. Bye.
Is that the end of that? So then we have, what was the other one, 14, 15?
The digital number was 1803. That's not right.
No, it's 5183.
5183.
No, you're right.
No, 1803.
Sorry.
The digital number was 1803, which is,
That's the one you just listed.
right, which was our exhibit 14B.
14, 15, and 21 is what I have in my notes here.
Right. 21 is next, and that's call number 5183, which is about 4 minutes long.
You ready, Your Honor?
If you shoot it, I'll take it away. Or am I shooting? Not you, I was talking to mine. Anyway, don't talk to me about anything about us or what's going on or the stuff that I sold before I left and stuff. Nobody.
What are you talking about?
Because Randy went down there talking to my grandfather and told him that he was helping you with that truck and wanted to know where all them guns and ammo that me and Jake sold and stuff was before we left.
He asked me about your papa having all them guns, all them old guns, but I had no idea that he sold them.
Well, he told Papa that you told him that me and Jake sold them and he wanted to know where they went.
No, Randy, the only guns he asked me about was them old guns that Grandpa had, them old rusted up things.
Yeah.
Those ones that was all back in the back.
He was trying to get Papa to tell him where all the ones that me and Jake sold before we left. I don't know why the heck he wants that unless he's trying to get that freaking reward, which he ain't going to get because BCI left them ones.
No, the only guns he even asked me about was your grandpa's. He didn't ask nothing about yours.
Well, Papa said that he told him that he was asking you about them, and you told him to ask Graham.
No, I mean, that's the only guns he asked about was them old junky guns your grandpa had back there forever.
Yeah.
The ones that was rusted up and useless.
Yeah, the ones wouldn't even shoot.
Yeah, those ones. And when he had all that big bunch of ammo.
I don't know, just heads up, if anybody asks anything, just say I don't know.
No, there ain't no problem. Did you hear about Danny?
Yeah, I heard about him. I heard about last night.
Last night?
Yeah.
Your grandpa didn't even find out about it till today.
We only seen it because somebody on Facebook mentioned that they tagged Cousin Brian in it.
I'll be.
Yep. But anyway, I didn't know. Papa called and said that Randy was asking all kinds of questions. He probably knew that some stupid mother trigger thing ain't going to get that reward money.
You want Danny's room number and phone number?
What is it? We've already got it.
They said they've already got it.
Yeah, we already got it. I keep tabs on him.
Well, Yeah, he never asked me nothing about yours, about you guys.
Probably said he was telling him that he was talking to you about it, that you didn't know where we sold it and stuff at. It doesn't matter, the BCI already knows where they all are.
Yeah.
But you got to
He never asked nothing about it. He did ask me about you guys. That's how you always do.
Yeah, well, everybody being freaking greedy, thinking, oh, well, who cares if they're innocent or not? I'll just get that reward money. Bunch of morons.
Don't worry about it, bro. It ain't important.
Yeah, it irritates me. Yeah, freaking Randy, he ain't no saint anyway.
No, Lord, no, he ain't.
Motherfucker. Anyways, did you ever get that gift for Bucky come in?
What address did you send it to?
Mom, what address did you send Bucky's gift to? The post office box? Or? It's got both addresses, so I don't know which one it went to, the house or the post office for Granny.
Well, we ain't got the house. Ain't got nothing here at the house yet. None of our time at the post office.
What is it?
Said she ain't checked the post office in about 3 days.
Probably there then. If it's not there, I check it today or Monday. If it's not there, let me know so I can call and ask
What
for
is
it.
today?
Today's Saturday.
Is it really Saturday?
Yeah.
I was thinking today was Tuesday.
No, it's Saturday. But if you check it by Monday or so, let me know if it's there. If it's not, I gotta call them and see what they did.
All right, will do.
All right, I'll talk to you later. Tell me I said hi and love.
All right, bye.
All right, well, the court will read the case that you cited and probably announce a decision on the evidentiary issue tomorrow morning. What, you want to give me that cite again?
Yeah, I can do that, Joe. I actually got it right up here. It's State versus Arrington, and it is, give me 1 second. It's at 5th District, it's 2012 Ohio 4472. Do you use Westlaw?
Or is it? No, just give me the high. It's 2012 Ohio
4472. Or that's State versus Cuthbert. That's another one we wanted to present to you. It's Cuthbert. Let me give you Arrington. I apologize, Your Honor. Arrington is 2012 Ohio 5009. We'd want to draw the court's attention to both of those cases.
So one was 2012 Ohio 5009, and the other was 2012 Ohio 4472.
Your Honor. Yep.
Is there anything further we need to put on this record?
Judge, no, thank you very much for your patience today. I just want to final comment on these. Some of this information relates to other evidence in the case. So we just bring that to your attention.
What response do you have to the state's argument? Because I think it'd be particularly applicable to the part where to the tape or the recording, in which the defendant is saying things about. You know, he basically say things about planning and all of this kind of thing. It's testimonial, practically, it sounds like. I'm just curious about what your response is to the state's argument that if he wishes to make those arguments, he should
Well, he
testify.
obviously has the right to testify or not, but the state is the one introducing, this recording. I've said before, I don't want to beat a dead horse here, but things need to be put into context. And if he's angry about something, then that needs to be put in context. If he's saying one comment, they should know. I mean, you can't send a 13-minute recording to the jury and only play 2 minutes of it for them, and it leaves everything in context. And they're going, well, what's on the other 12 minutes or 13 minutes or whatever the remainder is? And I know that if you submit an item like that, and the jury's going to say, well, can we have the other 10 or 12 minutes? Because they want to know what else is on there to put things in context, especially over a long period of time. Many different subject matters. It may not be intentional, but it's misleading to only give them a small snippet of a significant conversation. And you know, the other thing was the witness testified that they minimized and did not record items they did not think were pertinent. And so these are obviously things that were recorded, and they did think they were pertinent.
And how does the state respond to that? I was thinking the same thing when we were playing this, is we have these gaps that are not supposed to be pertinent, but then we have all of this actually is recorded.
Yes, Your Honor. So, you know, as you heard, they spot check, right? So, you know, they come back on and listen, and a lot of times they don't know if it's going to be, you know, if it's going to turn pertinent, in other words. I mean, there literally was one where they were going through a drive-through, and you think that that's not going to be pertinent, but all of a sudden they start talking about, you know, the conversation. So they will sometimes capture non-pertinent conversation as a part of having to listen for a while to see if it's going to be pertinent, right? And again, you know, whether it's pertinent or not is not really the question. The law of completeness is what we're looking at here. That's what they're relying on. And that is, again, if it provides context for that part of the statement that got put into evidence. And, you know, when you're talking about buying a house in Alaska and that's going to be in George's name, the fact that George thinks that people are planting evidence down in Peterson Road has nothing to do with that. So, you know, it doesn't fit that law of completeness. So, you know, it might be pertinent, right? I mean, you know, it might be pertinent that, you know, Angela's spanking Sophia. I mean, you know, but it's not pertinent to the conversation that we entered into evidence. So that's how I would respond to that.
You know, just one final comment. You know, the state's making a big deal out of family dynamics. And that's been the core of their case, the family dynamics. Well, this is explaining some of the family dynamics.
I don't know if the state has some theory about why that conversation took place. I mean,
Which conversation?
well, the conversation about somebody, about the defendant indicating somebody's planting something, and why?
That's his thoughts, his belief, and his testimony ultimately.
Yeah, well, I understand, but he's not talking to, he's talking to another family member who was allegedly a part of.
Yeah, I mean, quite frankly, they all three act like, you know, we're all persecuted here, we're all completely innocent.
But why would they talk that way with each other?
Say that again?
Why would they talk that way with each other?
Because they know they're being recorded. They talk about it, you know, don't talk on the phone and stuff, you know. So Jake will testify that they knew they were being recorded and that they purposely were trying to throw their conversation. To throw us.
At the time these
yes.
were made, you're saying
Yes.
that they knew they were being recorded?
Yes, so that's kind of part of the conspiracy, right, is the cover-up part.
And you notice a couple times in there, Angela would say, we'll talk about this when we get home, or I don't want to talk about this on the phone right now. Again, that's indicative of their consciousness of the fact that they're being recorded. And we'll have direct testimony that they knew right away that they were being recorded.
When they got in the car at the border.
Well, Mr. Parker, anything further?
No, thank you.
All right. All right, the court will read the case law. Thank you.